Witam wszystkich serdecznie. Widzę, że jeszcze goście wciąż dochodzą.
Gentlemen, let's start. We can't wait for all the guests coming in because we need to manage the organizational time. I'd like to welcome you at the conference organized by COMAC, Just Transition of Post-Mining Areas. This is yet another opening of a new take of the Institute on the world changing around us. But at the same time, we also observe and watch competences involving mining, which is surrounding phenomena in this Silesia. I'd like to welcome everybody. I'd like to also mention that this conference has got its honorary patronages. We have Ministry of National Assets, Ministry of Climate and Environment, Ministry of Regional Funds and Policies, National Funds for Environmental Protection and Maritime, and Euracol. First of all, I'd like to welcome the Under-Secretary of State, Minister Piotr Pyzik, from the Ministry of National Assets. I'd like to welcome you very warmly. And if you excuse me, I'm not going to welcome everybody by their name, but I'm going to mention the main organizations and enterprises, entrepreneurs who participate in our conference. I'd like to mention the co-organizer of the conference, our Romanian Gas Hydraulics and Pneumatics Research Institute, INOE, from Bucharest, from Romania. Co-organizer of today's panel is going to be Economic Chamber of Import and Exporters. I think they're over there. And let me mention our partners, substantive partners: Huawei, Ingram, Micro, IBM, Tile, Aumax, Expo, Katowice, North Napędy, ERP, Katowice, Section FAMUR, PGG, SLK. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to welcome the Scientific Organizational Committee, which organized this conference. I'd like to welcome scientific institutions, Research Institute COMIL, PAN, New Chemical Synthesis, Fuel and Energy Institute, GIG, Polish University of Technology, Częstochowa University of Technology, AGH University, and scientists from institutions abroad. I'd like to welcome representatives of the local governments, of boroughs, of municipalities, of Gliwice, Zabrze, Bytoń, Puchaczów, Ochotnica Dolna. I'd like to welcome the representative of the Special Economic Zone and all entrepreneurs, producers, and mining and entrepreneurs and enterprises. We should welcome all those that I have not named. I do apologize if I have not. This, as I have said, this conference is yet another step in our measures in Silesian energy storage and changes and our new image where we want to be called the Green Transition Institute. The conference is open. Now I give the floor to Minister Piotr Pyzik. Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to address that welcoming moment. The current geopolitical conditions confirm really strongly the changes happening in the world. Diversification of energy security, which is obvious within the political context happening, especially in Eastern Europe. This is strictly connected to the publication of renewable resources, emergence of new energy communities, a system of energy storage, and even better systems of energy management, integrating production sources on the local level. Quite not far away, we have a municipality, Get Out of It, so where the previous energy person, he created a flagship energy barrow of it. You'll talk about it for the next 3 days. The Forum Poland-Africa, a strategic cooperation in the field of mining and renewable energy. At the very beginning of this conference, Contact 2020, it entered to let us open the global economy. Thank you very much for that. I'm very pleased that it is in Silesia. It's a place where we have representatives of Ivory Coast, representatives of Central Africa, Togo. These are the pioneers of all those economic events which will take place in the near future. Today, we witness the fastest and the most complex development of social economic changes in Africa. European Commission observes how necessary it is to participate in development projects they signed in South African countries where 150 million euros are given for the support, also for competence of African countries in proper preparation of their own reforms. In my opinion, for Polish companies, participation in African changes is a huge business opportunity. I'd like to welcome you to participate in common projects. Participation of in COMAC as the first member of European State of Energy, European Association of Energy Storage, which looks after low emission production, which in our instance of our energy mix, where it is necessary to cooperate with coal, it is really important that we hold such technologies. Now you open, not just before Silesia, but before our country, you open a new perspectives of operations. I can just congratulate you and ask for more. It's hard not to say congratulations, Professor. I also would like to congratulate everybody here, the directorates of COMAC and of green transition and integrating of scientific circles in Silesia and further on. I'd like to congratulate on introduction of fourth Industry 4.0, of industrialization and automatization of economy 4.0. I hope that the debates will be really fruitful and successful, and I would like to congratulate all of that. And God bless you all. Thank you very much, Minister, for this warm welcome. ECOMAG and institutions which right here. Now, we're almost on time, even before time. Now, we will have the discussion panel, Poland-Africa Strategy, Cooperation of Mining and Renewable Energy Sources. Representatives of Guinea, Algeria, and Ivory Coast. Some guests will be online because they couldn't arrive here for technical reasons. We have also other representatives who will organize the panel. I'd like to invite Marcin Jabłoński, who's the representative of the Economic Chamber of Exporters and Importers. Let him manage the panelists. Soon we will have an online meeting. If some of you are interested, then please take the headsets for interpreting. Now I'll have like a few minutes of a technical break, So do forgive us. We just need to organize the connection, so we'll have the 5 or 10 minutes of break. So we'll start our panel in about 10 minutes. Let's enjoy that time with a cup of coffee.
Halo? Proszę Państwa, powolutku proszę zajmować miejsca. Za 2 minuty zaczniemy panel.
Seats, we're going to start the panel in 2 minutes. So take some tea, coffee, juice, whatever you need. And in 2 minutes, we will start.
Jak siadamy po starości? Może tam.
Ja nie wiem, czy
Tu najmniej wywołują.
mam mówić ten, czy mówić przez mikroport cały czas? Przez mikroport, dobrze. Okay.
To zabieram.
Jak będzie czynny, to przydaj znać.
A może my chcemy zaczynać już, tak?
Powoli ja bym po prostu już
Powiem.
dobrze siedzimy. Idealnie. Znaczy, może ustawmy się wielkością 15 lat, 25 lat. Wielkością kapitału. Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry, Marcin Jabłoński, wiceprezes Izby Gospodarczej Eksporterów i Importerów. Mam przyjemność dzisiaj z Państwem spędzić trochę czasu i porozmawiać.
To spend some time for you about internationalization of the sector, not just the mining sector, and related. I have been working since 2012 with the African market in Cairo, Lebanon, Syria, Morocco. Since 2017, I have been in the Ivory Coast. Today's panel was supposed to be slightly different. We were supposed to have a little bit more guests. However, unfortunately, we have encountered the visa issues, and unfortunately, some time ago, Poland cancelled some of our embassies in Africa, and we haven't signed the cooperation agreements with other European countries. We are now encountering some serious problems regarding building relationships with our partners because they had no chance to receive the visa in time. I'm not talking about the Schengen visa, I'm talking about the Polish visa. However, we are still having a panel of our great guests. From the left, Mr. Arkadiusz Woga of SCNW, then Galeb Fawaz, head of the Fainco company, at the same time the representative of Guinea, because he is holding he's representing the Guinea, and Gorotech and expert of exporters, importers, or with huge background on international markets. And the last but not least, Wojciech Karponkiewicz, representative of Biomass Energy Projects company. Today is his great day because the second emission on the Warsaw stock market, we hope the actions will go higher. What they have in common, and we all have in common, is that we are operating on international markets, including African markets. What is also important, Shamseddin Tiaria from Algeria will also join us, who also has encountered some visa problems, and together with Shamseddin and the Institute of Comac Institute, with whom we have been cooperating for 3 years, we have created a consortium regarding entering Polish companies for iron ores and mining in Algeria. It will be described a little bit later by Shamseddin. We have 1.5 hours. We'll still try to make it a bit more concise, and as well to give you some opportunity to ask some questions.
In Guinea?
Yes.
For investment and for present Polish companies. Zaczniemy dla tych Państwa, którzy...
For these of you who do not really speak in English, I think we can start from the opportunities of the Guinea market. Well, we've got a few Guineas. This is Guinea-Conakry. So that's the one which is neighboring with the Ivory Coast. We have received information from the Ivory Coast that there are some technical issues. We'll still be trying. Maybe we will succeed.
The presentation.
Poprosimy o prezentację pana Galeba, Gwinea.
Presentation about Guinea from Galeb.
Wystartujemy z prezentacją.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning everybody. I would like to first thank the organization of the event, COMAG, for inviting us, and with all appreciations from my country where I've been in Guinea-Conakry. So unfortunately I was coming with my delegation, but they did not have the chance to get a visa at time. So maybe we try to organize another meetings agenda to invite the Guinean delegation, which is composed from Presidency Office, the Department of Mining and Department of Petroleum, which is the base investment in Guinea today, with all potentials and the rich resources in the country. So I would take this opportunity for you, for the Polish investors, for the country, also to present my country on behalf of the government, to inform all potentials and with its rich resources that it's in development, with high rich companies are already installed in Guinea all over. So I will be taking this opportunity to present you the country. So So we are beginning with to present brief major what is Guinea, what's where is it, and the perspective and priorities and the sectors of the development. So Guinea, as you see, is in West Coast Africa on the North Gulf. The capital is Conakry, and the area of 245 square meters. It's a slope of maritime of 330 kilometers, and connected with 6 borders: Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Ivory Coast, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. With its population today estimated at 30 million inhabitants, with 61% under age of 24. It's a young population today, and 34% over 25 years. So the growth of 2.4 annual of 15 million, yeah, of 15 million estimated in 2025. The economy of Guinea, with PIB of 6.6 billion dollars, with a capital of $1,200 per inhabitants. Inflation, basically, it's decreasing. 9.6% we had in 2000, and the inflation was in 2019 was around 12%. So the macroeconomics with IMF and the World Bank, they are helping the economy, the government, to decrease the inflation, which is today the growth of the economy is 5.2% estimated, declared by IMF. The raw materials, the raw materials is very important for the country, with exploration of PIB of 53.14%, getting growth with minerals of bauxite, alumina, gold, diamonds, coffee, cacao, and other agri projects. The importation of goods is around 37.9%, and the exterior debit PIB, it's estimated in 2021 was 28.6%. So the currency, as in of inflation, is stable today to dollars and euros. As you see in the screen, is for euro today is 8,500 for 1 euro, and for dollar is 8,600 French Guinean for $1. So it's stable today by its macroeconomics that decreasing the stability. The priority sectors. The priority sectors will begin with energy. The potential of the energy is based on the most important thing in the country for the development of the energy. There is a lot of demands of this development. The capacity of the production today, the capacity of products it needs, the capacity of production today estimated is over 200 megawatts. We have 4 sites. The 3 sites between 150 and 200 megawatts, 10 sites between 100 and 150 megawatts, and 16 sites between, which will be like some kind of micro hydraulic between 10 and 50 megawatts for 48 sites. So that's Guinea is flood, considered as a flood of water flow in West Coast Africa. So we do not have a needs for water. We have sufficient water to develop the hydroelectric dams and the energy. All right. So here is some the hydraulic needs for development, not needs for water. Okay. The demands daily. What we need today is to develop 308,000 cube meters. The production estimated is 167,000. The deficit that we have is 141,000, which is 46%, which is basically half of the surface. Comes up of water of 85% and 15% of underwater. So we do have lots. We don't have insufficient water, but we do have the insufficient of the development. All right. So. Today, as it's the conference, the COMEC conference today, which based on the mining sector, which is very important in the development, and what the government trying to develop the mining, which develop the country quickly. So the rich resources today, Guinea, as you heard about Guinea. The bauxite, which has got the 2/3 of reserve world, which is the third country in production of bauxite in the world. Okay, importation minerals deposit of iron with high content, very high content. We do have, when we say of very high content, the purity can get between 63 and 90% of the purity of the raw materials. All right. So the precious materials deposit, we do have gold, diamonds, and precious stones and more. Okay. When we say the bauxite today, with this excellent development, in the years of 2010, Guinea were exporting around 10 million tons a year. But today, the March of today, we attain today in 2022, the miners are exporting 100 million tons a year. So, as you see, with this average, that how the development of the bauxite and the exportation by the miners in the country. And the second stage, what our miners are doing today, that the Ghana, by the recommendation and the regularity of the mining code, which have been developed by the government, the miners are going to install the refineries to transform bauxite to aluminum, which is in process today. So, what are the base of the bauxite, as everybody knows, is the aluminum, which is today #1 of the development is by the local companies with Chinese companies, come up with Russian companies also over there. There's one Russian company, and there is other Australian companies, also like Rio Tinto over there. And we do have also other companies like the BHP Billiton, all right, and etc. So the gold, we estimated the gold estimated is around, the average is 700,000 tons. But we can get, this is estimated as a theory, but we can get lots of more when a miner comes over and take a permit of a gold. They make its research, okay, we can get up to 100 kilometers of permit. We can get more than that. It depends on the research that they do over there. So, diamonds, we do have around 30 million carats and more, with an increased capacity to discover the intrinsic primary deposit. The third one is the mineral of iron. I don't know if you have heard about the project of Simandou. Simandou project is a big project, which is today is going to be developed by one local company, which is SMB, with winning, which is with the Chinese company in a joint venture. It's a Simandou project, which based on later on I'm gonna explain in details about this project in another presentation about the Simandou project. So today the iron ore in Guinea is well developed, and the purity of the iron ore is around 95% of purity. So it's very high rich materials, as in raw materials, all right? So the base metals, which is discovered also with the nickel and copper and cobalt and magnesium, uranium, ecotal. What we have also today, we just discovered it. I've been working on this also as a research, with this research technology, all right, with the Kore granite. We do have a granite, we have a very good stones and very strong stones for the construction. But what we found out also is the black sand, which contain the radioactive raw materials, which is today there's a loss of domains by the foreigners, by the miners of these materials. This is one opportunity also, which is very, very important. So I show you the map. This is the map of Guinea, where it contains where the part of aluminium with the bauxite, where is the iron ore up lower of the Guinea, okay, and on the north we can get the diamonds and the steel over there. So later on I will explain you with other presentation of the geological system of base of minerals of Guinea. Okay, the government is currently prioritizing high growth. As you see, that the investors coming over to Guinea and discuss and negotiate with the government to get more permits to develop the mining sector, with implementing the provisions of the mining codes and pursuing the ongoing reform, because every year when the government see the obstacles, they change and they adapt the mining code to the investors, because some regulation in the mining code does not fit the needs of the investor. And we can allege and pledge to modify the mining code, which is in the mining code already, to to give the opportunity of the investor to come invest in mining to their needs. So there's a dialogue, stakeholders, through call, through local content and community development, which is very important. The community development in mining sectors, in the mining sites, it's very important that we help the community to create the employments, to create the environment of the development. Providing support the government for mining projects. From time to time, we do make the conference meetings. That very soon, I think in next month or in 2 months, we have a symposium, mining forum that's based by the miners. So all the miners all over the world comes over to Guinea to present their needs. So, in the attracting the new investors for the better assessment, the country's minerals deposit through public-private partnership. Why we say public-private partnership? Because in the mining code, okay, the investor come to apply for a permit for bauxite or for iron ore or for gold or whatever. So in the mining code, it's basically correct with the intention that the government has to have 15% of shares of the project, which means that the investor will have 85%. With this 85%, there is no obligation to work with the local company, but there is the possibility that the foreign investors do the joint venture is very important. The joint venture with the local companies, myself, I'm looking for that today, okay, and a joint venture, okay, to exchange the technology between the both countries and to create employments and to create the training for the Guinean, for the population. So here is some production which is more than 30 million tons a year was in 2016, and today we attained the objective of 100 million tons. That's what I talked about before. What are the mining companies are existing in Guinea? Because the biggest ones, which is Compagnie de Bauxite de Guinée, the company of Guinea Bauxite, which is the Americans. All right. Guinea Aluminum Company, EGA, with the Emirates. They have a site also of bauxite. Aliou Fer, okay, English company, they got the sites also. China Co, which is China, they got a site also. We have other also, the SMB, Société Mine de Bouquet, which is Bouquet today have the large potential of bauxite, which they have made a joint venture with winning with the Chinese, which is #1 today in Guinea for the exportation of bauxite. Okay, we have other companies like Henan Chin and Rusal. Rusal is a Russian company which were installed just after the independence of Guinea. They were in Guinea since 1962. The boost. Let's talk about the boost of the economy. This is what I said before. This is the Simandou project. The Simandou project with the iron ore today, which its potential of 96% of the potential purity in iron ore, all right, which is the largest mineral of iron ore in West Coast Africa, which got the Simandou project of the 4 blocks, where there's more blocks in the other regions of the country. So the 4 blocks with 2 licenses The block number 1 and 2 it's with SMB Winning, local company, Guinean company, with a joint venture with the Chinese company, which is called Winning. So the block number 3 and 4, it's with Rio Tinto, Simfa. I know already that you know who is Rio Tinto, number 1 in the world of the production of the iron ore in Australia. The purity of 95%, located in Upper Guinea, 750 kilometers from the capital of Conakry. The joint infrastructure development by SMB Winning Rio Tinto. Today, they have the two companies, two miners have joined together to do two big infrastructure, a mining port and a rail for the transport of the minerals of around 700 kilometers of rails. All right, and the creation. This is which going to give the impact of the project of creating more than 10,000 employment, and it's going to go up. So this project, it's for like more than 100 years, because we do have the potential of only these 4 blocks. It's more than 3 billion tons of mineral of iron ore. Here is just the map, just to explain the location of the miners. Okay, the location of the miners, as you see in the road. Here over where you see the red line, the red line in the bottom over there is the rails project for the Simandou project from the Kirwani. All right, and there is another rail project. It's under construction by SMB Winning for 120 kilometers of rails to export for the bauxite. So majorly, this is how it's divided with all miners in Guinea. So the government is advancing with a quick reform implemented to make Guinean mining sector more attractive and transparent. So there is one stop dedicated to mining projects. What do we say, one dedicated mining project? Look, every day, the government is controlling the community where the miners are developing the project over there, to listen to the problems over there and to listen to the problems of the miners, to get over the development for quick achievement of the exporting the minerals. All right, the Responsible Mining Development Initiative, which has been new in Guinea, which helping the government to involve themselves to dedicate to make the mining code better and better every year, with sharing of infrastructure, energy, and fair revenue sharing. So I'm going to just talk today, just take about the island, another potential we can get in Guinea, which is going to be by the agriculture. Why agriculture? It's very important to develop in Guinea.
Galeb, sorry. I think that we can skip the agriculture right now.
But we can go on, huh?
Yes, please skip.
Right,
We are.
The infrastructure, which with the needs of development of constructing the roads and to develop more of the for the exportation of the products, the raw materials of the country. we got the information technology. We do have 3 companies developing the technology with its licenses and GSM. Okay, so there's much needs for the technology of information.
Okay.
All right. Well, oil and gas. We do have in the oil and gas. The Guinea discovered a long time ago by the Americans with its potential of the oil, which is offshore, on 150 kilometers offshore, okay, with 34 blocks, and they discovered also inshore also with 24 blocks also. Well, this is another potential with oil and gas, which actually today they are giving licenses for development of the researchers for these oil blocks, right? So this is finally, it's to invest in Guinea. It's very easy. It's easy to invest with the guides of investment. We do have an investment code which is very simple, not complicated. The creation of the company will be in 10 to 72 hours maximum, and they are reducing it to 24 hours. Subsidiaries and filial allowed by the laws. That means the international foreigners can go invest by themselves. They can create the company by themselves. They don't need to have a local company to oblige them to be in the country. The exemption depends on the project. We can get the exemption of the customs, the exemption of the taxes, depends on the project, and there are no requirements for the national companies. So it's easy to move. So if you have any questions, I can ask you any questions that you need, any clarifications, any more details you need. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Galeb, for your presentation. I think that we will have the opportunity during the conference to meet you and to answer directly after this panel.
I'm ready for that, yeah.
Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym powiedzieć 2 rzeczy. Przede wszystkim jest deklaracja rządu Gwinei, zarówno prezydenta.
2 things. There's declaration of the Guinea government. There's declaration of creating a mission to be created in Poland. I think with the Mr. Minister present here, we can discuss it. What is important now, the European Committee has signed with the African Union, Gate to Africa, 150 million allocated for Africa in order to make sure that the people who live there could stay there, yet develop. Very often when we think about Africa, we think these are some empty spaces, no competence. But now, Botswana, for the first time, has overtaken some European countries. For example, it is much higher than Portugal. For example, thanks to the mineral raw materials and ban to export raw materials. What is really important is the fact that we have some advantage over these. Poland has got some advantage over these countries. We do not have any colonial past. It's super, super important. What else is important is the fact that in Africa we cannot count that will be only subcontractors, because this will always make us fight in competition and fighting for minor contracts. And for a few years, with Director Rostański and Mr. Bartosz, we have been talking how we may create a consortium of Polish companies to enter them together and block into the African countries. It's super important because the scope of works that we have had for over a year in the Ivory Coast, the scope of works is huge. It's immense. If we consider that apart from these huge mining locations, the majority of minerals are actually either manual shafts like here in Wałbrzych, or these are like semi-industrial, in the best case scenario, activities. The second thing is also important. In order to enter Africa, it needs to be done as a complex project. It has to be training, education. Why shall we benefit from mining if we have no access to energy, if there's no access to networks, which is limited? So it is a complex issue. It's not about placing one or the other company in Africa and straight away we can kick off. No, we also need the support from government, which is crucial in building relationships. Even such a simple thing like obtaining visas. If they can get some visas in Spain, France, or Italy within a few days and get to a conference, and we cannot offer such a possibility, and we don't have such diplomatic locations, where will they go? For sure, not to Poland. We couldn't beat the problem despite announcing it or applying 3 weeks beforehand. Meanwhile, Schengen visa process obtaining takes at least 14 days. From the Ivory Coast, I need to go to Togo, and other places. So it's a complex issue. So we need to work together. We need to cooperate.
Why Poland? What do you attract? You have a Chinese, you have an American, you have the Brits, French. Why Polish?
Well, why Polish?
Yeah, this is a good question. I think the question.
It's a very good question. Today, Guinea is, okay, there is a Chinese over there, there is French, which is by the colonization, with Senegal and Ivory Coast and whatever, okay. The Guinea today is opening the doors to all the countries to invest, all right. We do have the French is obviously, the Chinese obviously, because since the independence, Chinese have been made cooperation with Guinea just after the independence in the first cooperation was with Chinese in 1960. The Guinea took its independence in 1958. In 1962, the Guinea made their cooperation, bilateral cooperation with Russia. These are the first two countries that Guinea been developing since the departure of the French. So today, Guinea realized that it's not only the French, it's not only the Chinese, it's not only the British, it's not only the Americans. They are opening the doors to all the countries. Today you see Malaysian companies over there, you see Portuguese companies over there, you see Brazilian companies are over there, you see Indian companies are over there, okay? You see other countries other countries are in Guinea. Why Poland? We want Poland also to participate in the development of the country. It's very important. Poland is a European country also. They cannot stop, nobody can stop the investment of Polish companies or investors in the country, like they are doing in the other countries, in other countries also. It's very important. So Guinea opened their doors to all countries. They are welcome. Today we are doing seminars, we are doing forums, we are doing participation in the other countries to invite all people, all investors all over the world. But I would like Poland to, because Poland does not have today a large percentage dedicated investment in Africa. The beginning in West Coast Africa, because there's a large of demand of investment in Guinea today, which is in West Coast, like in Ivory Coast, like in Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau, it's another country which is Portuguese, following the Portuguese language. Okay, so Guinea it's like you can consider it like a new country, okay, under the development. There are lots of things to do over there. There is a big potential. There is lots of projects to do. There is a lots of investment to do. So Poland should think, the Polish investor, they have to think to come to Guinea to participate in this development, because you have to consider it like a new country. It's a new country under development, and it's open. There's lots of things to do. It's not only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 countries can develop the country. It's not only 1, 2 or 3 or 4 countries that can come with investment, with the financial investment. I know that Poland also have their structure, okay, differently. They have their structure and they have their investment bank, and the investment bank can help the Polish investor to invest in the country.
Ja muszę dodać, szanowni państwo, że
I must add that I had an opportunity quite recently to talk to Arkadiusz Ziaboński from GBK and Foreign Expansion Fund. We have significant funds for foreign investment that we don't use. Interestingly enough, Mr. Zabłoński and the representatives of BGK often say, when say presentation for Polish companies, when they present the foreign expansion tools, they quite often say, oh, just skip the slides. And today, this is a conference which is dedicated to the mining sector, hardcore mining in Poland. But we do know the situation. We know that this poses a great opportunity for many mining companies which deal with coal right now, in order to have diversification of the operations. Together with COMAC, we cooperate with GIG, Main Mining Institute. We are also interested in building the consortium of Polish companies. We're also talking about SMEs. We're not talking about KGHM, because it is a huge institution. I do apologize. It's hard not to address what we just had when it comes to the question, when it comes to the presentation. I'll talk about this soon. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not the only, well, put it differently, we are the only nation, or the only country which has never dealt with colonialism as human trade. We never did any human trade, especially people from Africa. We are the only nation which fought with the Africans arm in arm. And I'm talking about Haiti. After the winnings, the inhabitants of Haiti invited us to live together. There's not a single person right now living there, but there's lots of Polish genome. We need to remember that we have this Bolshevik movement, such as, for example, right now, Black Lives Matter. We should remember that they should thank us, not us thanking them. A very important issue when it comes to running business in Africa, it's obvious, is the safety of that business, and safety which we can perceive with regards to power struggle or stability of governments in in some African countries, but also absence of systemic operations in those countries. Even if there is African Union, and since the period after Second World War, those freedom movements in Africa made those countries which has not a natural border. They are all borders imposed by the colonialism. And it impacts the access to resources and running a business. We can see it today when Chinese expansion all over the African continent, apart from the northern Islamic countries, well, but it's elsewhere, it's very visible. It makes it difficult to discuss in a systemic manner with African countries' representatives. because the fact is that stabilization, political stabilization in those countries sometimes is difficult to maintain, and in fact it results in the anxiety of investors against investing. When it comes to this region of Africa that we're talking about, well, it's a bit further from Guinea, but it is an area which is very dangerous, I would say most dangerous in the world when it comes to sanitary issues, because they have viruses there that people have not found solutions to solve yet. Apart from the Chinese aspect, there are two aspects that you have presented. This exotic presence of Indians in Africa. 100 years ago, Mahatma Gandhi was starting practice not in India but in Africa, in the south of Africa. Africa is not just a cultural melting pot, but has always attracted people from all over the world. And unfortunately, I'm talking about they were trading in humans. We have representatives in the northern west. We have a border with Senegal. This is the only African country today where, at least I have not read that, for religious reasons, they don't have a problem with Islamists. This is important with regards to stabilization, with regards to business approach, whether the country is stable on this. But I visited Senegal, and even though the geographical location, because it is either heat of the day or cold of the night, then we must admit one thing, that there is a social, economic, and political stability. But in order not to take too much, we are interested, as Poland, we are interested in contacts in technical space, not only with regards to machines, but we are also interested in systemic construction of those regulations which involve cooperation. I'm talking mainly about mining. We are interested in swapping in technical ideas. We would like our engineers to go to Africa, to go to African countries and help create this sector. Furthermore, we would like the African countries send students who would train us when it comes to mining. Let me say that today, especially in Europe, but not only in Europe, we are one of the countries with best preparation for those issues. Americans have their own, Australians as well, their own school of doing that, but we are in competition with them, and we have like serious advantages as well, and it's time to use it. We also think, if I get back to Professor Prostański and head of the Central Rescue Station, and also Professor Franciszek, I can't see it at a table, he's vanished somewhere. But University of Technology of Silesia is going to play a significant role in here, and we all, of course, have a green light, but we don't leave our people behind. I want people to go out to Africa and come back, and I want to be sure that they have partners that they can build realistically what they should build. Support of the Polish country will definitely be achieved, and what it's going to be like, we'll work on it. This is not simple. This is money. This is big money. This is a risk of losing the funds. So the country will require collateral is the wrong word, but we'll have algorithm that will take us to the finale.
After outbreak with Russia, because for us it's necessary to know what you would like to do in the future with this country, I mean Russia. Thank you very much.
With Russia?
With Russia.
There is no, there isn't any, there is no any impact with the cooperation with Russia to other, to the other countries. The only thing that Russia is based on in Guinea is only the bauxite, and they have a very tight. They have a very tight license. All the license, this license has been since 1962. There is no other licenses obtaining to the Russian companies. The other licenses going on to the mining sector is not even French, okay? They're local companies that they are detaining the licenses. The Chinese company detaining the licenses. Some American companies detaining licenses. Some British companies are detaining some licenses. So the only license with Russia, the cooperation is only about the bauxite issues, and this one's been 1962 in development. But this is only what there is no impact about that. There is no impact, and other countries are not complaining, but the government is aware what's going on in the world, okay, and they are aware what's gonna be in benefit for their country, and what are the impact solution for the next steps.
Okay, thank you. Ja jeszcze, szanowni państwo, dodam.
Let me add, because we need to combat time. We have a situation when Guinea Gulf, with regards to the minister, Guinea Gulf is one of the most dynamically developing Western Africa regions. Since 2017, I've participated in cooperation with government in works on development and an attempt to introduce Polish, maybe it's not an attempt because it has started happening, introducing Polish companies into the Western Africa countries. So we've practiced some mechanisms. Let me just add that not many people in Poland know that John Paul II was a great friend of the first president of the Ivory Coast. He visited Abidjan 3 times. And now we were working on creating the John Paul Peace Award with Ivory Coast, and we're working with the Nuncio of the Apostles. And for example, like Mali, that you have asked, the president of Mali speaks perfect Polish because he studied in Poland. This and Islamists, yes, as Gareth mentioned yesterday, that the problem of Africa are not religions. It's really ethnicity. Religion is the problem of Islamic countries, and Africa is changing dynamically since 2017 until 2022. It is a completely different period of time. It's a completely different country. So we are slightly behind the schedule. Now I would kindly request Shemsa Dinatiel from Algeria, and hopefully, Shems, are you with us? Are you?
Hello, Shems. We don't hear you. Now? Hello, hello? Some technical issues. Mam nadzieję, że niebawem zostanie przywrócony.
Hope that soon we will have the connection restored with Algeria.
But I don't hear you. Some issue. Okay, może spróbujemy.
Try and restore the connection, and maybe I give the floor to our guests while they're with us. I think they're nodding off. We start with Damian Giza-Gorotech, but also expert on mining, also coal mining, but now you operate in a different sector. Maybe just introduce yourself briefly. Some of you know me. I've been in business for 25 years. I started with coal, and then on the way I worked a bit in Germany, in America, Australia. As on today, apart from a very narrow specialty when it comes to mining and anchoring and running them workings, I also deal with complete investments. As for today, we have two subjects, which one is Uzbekistan and creation of radioactive heat dump on the abandoned potassium salt mine, and the other subject that I can't tell you too much about because for the training system. This is development of workings from the mine and also setting the nanotechnology line. Products within nanotechnology. Leaving the history behind, because we've spoken about history here, one smart friend of mine said money is there where transfer is. So what has transferred, you can't earn on it. Where the transfer is going to happen, that's where the money lies. The approach to such investments, as my colleagues have mentioned, we help small companies, but it is always within a group. It must be a team. People, the investors, expect that we would bring a team of people who are able to help them at any point of investments. Please bear in mind that the colleague from Gromina said that obtaining a license has been shortened down from a month down to 2 weeks. So imagine how good the document presentation must be, and the team who's going to go there, help those people construct and open the mine. We are at the conference which is dedicated to the just transition of the mining system. What opportunity do you see for Polish companies which are operating within the hard coal mining in order to diversify their operations? I come from Poland. I'm yet another generation of miners, and we need to be aware of the fact that this year is slightly more positive for coal, but we need to be aware of the fact that there is a lot to be done, like coal mining. I'm salt miners. In my operations, several times I participated in technology transfer from hard coal to salt diamond mines. There is a huge opportunity there. However, when I talk to Polish companies, we need to take a slightly different approach. It's not that an ex-company produces a good for hard coal mine which works and operates fine, and then we can take it to Russia and sell it there equally successfully. No, we need to have an individualistic approach. We need to learn the customers' needs, their problems. Technically, we do it in such a way that we have seminars. We have blocks of meetings with mines. We ask those people how they work today, what they need. Very often at the particular mine, when we introduce some technology, those people more or less know what they want. They expect from us that we're going to arrive, we're going to listen to them, and we're going to solve their problem. I do understand in Middle Africa it functions slightly differently, but in Africa, even though what you've mentioned about preparation, quite often they have ready-made solutions that foreign companies bring them, so they are their foreign partners. If we were to follow a different direction, run a drone development center in Tunisia, and one of the elements of that project is delivering Polish regulations on EU level to introduce implementation in Tunisia, because the use of drones is illegal. So if they create solutions, there'll be a space for the drones to deliver from Poland with the solutions. Similar situation features in Africa. If we're not there, as the minister said, if we are not there on those forums which create legal solutions, then we are doomed to accept what others develop and provide. Western Africa countries when it comes to the Ivory Coast, for example, neighboring country, in all those forums, do you see representatives of France? One more thing, what you have said. What is the difference between Northern Africa and Western Africa? Northern African countries, they are the countries which fought for their independence, and the Western countries are the countries which were given independence by the decision of Gaulle. So the relationships between those French-speaking countries and France tend to be slightly different. But it's important that in all those countries, they would want to be independent from the French. When it comes to China, I had an opportunity to participate in the Roman Bell conference, which was quite recent, held recently with Maciej Skarbonkiewicz, which is Wojciech's brother. Now China has choked a bit because the Chinese currency, which was directed at development in Africa or financing investments, is very expensive right now. And African countries also observe one thing: investing or taking money from the Chinese means giving the natural resources back to them. So the EU reacted a bit late. It's better late than never. But we do have the funds to participate in the transition measures, but we can't do it on our own. As Damian said, we need to act together. I'm not sure. Thank you very much, Damian. I'm not sure if we are connected with Algiers. If not, let me take the opportunity. We have Wojciech Skarbonkiewicz from Biomass Energy Projects. This is not a mining sector, but this cooperation is being established. Yes, we are there. Wojciech, the floor is yours. We are a small company, but for many years our development plans have been related to the regions such as Asia or Africa, and that's where we plan our expansion with all the analysis of huge needs. We see one basic element: no infrastructure. And we've developed our operation in this direction in order to create such a measure in the form of energy infrastructure. For all the investments that we're talking about, we need energy. In order to create that energy, currently with the pricings and conditions, they are renewable resources, energy resources on the basis of photovoltaics and energy banks mainly. We try to create places, regional places, which would be able to develop further investment operations, because every large project must start with the fact that we need to have the foundations, we need to have some energy. And thanks to the fact that now that photovoltaics energy generation is relatively cheap, and additionally we also have an opportunity to scale those projects, that we can start up quite low, create those startup buds such as photovoltaic farms with energy banks, which provide like insularly in some regions investment operations. We also deal with module construction. Within the module construction, we can create residential facilities, as you have mentioned, the medical issues. We can create medical facilities which are specialized, which can provide not only for the investment, but for all an entire region. And apart from this assisting function that can generate income, because companies such as ours want to make money on that. What is another element that has been mentioned? We don't have the colonial past, but one of the arguments for SMEs is that we can implement relatively small investments of several dozen $1 million, which for large concerns are not attractive because they just don't do it. So we can enter the niches, the gaps, where the competition of large concerns of countries such as China or Russia will be not there. Thank you very much. I must say that quite recently we established a cooperation with BNP. We also, upon the request of Minister of Foreign Affairs, we're running a project to make it possible to build a Polish agricultural equipment factory in Tanzania. We have Pronam, the Polish company, which is the biggest one, 4,500 employees. I must say that we need to stop looking at the economy through sectors. There's no time for some sectoral operations. It must be just cut through. It must be interconnected. We need to develop agriculture, because without food production is going to be hard. Those who are going to provide energy, because without energy we can't operate on an industrial manner. Those who will operate for the environment, for example, GIG Mining Institute, because in numerous aspects this green mining, green gold, and green transition lies there in Africa, but also mining, because those sectors which are of key importance for Africa. Because if we can connect it, if we build a consortium of Polish companies, we will be able to achieve the smaller projects, but also enter cooperation with individual countries, because such is our objectives. Are we connected with Algiers?
But I don't hear you still. Okej. Walczymy, nie wiem co się stało. Próbowaliśmy przed wejściem, działało, teraz nie działa. To jest klasyczny.
Earlier, this is the typical problem. Ladies and gentlemen, taking that opportunity, because we'll try doing it, time is running. Arkadiusz Woga, I'm a representative of STMW. Together with Marcin Jabłoński, we have operations which involve promotion of Polish companies on African markets. It is very significant, Arkadiusz, that those operations are not only directed at one sector. They are not just trading operations, but also investment operations, investment, education. What projects is STMW implementing? What projects do they run? If you can just give us a brief of that.
First of all, as you have mentioned, is construction of machines factory in Tanzania. This is a consortium that cooperates with Gliwice and BP. Pronar is as part of the consortium, providing power, energy power, plus the in the Ivory Coast company for fruit factory, and there are no, because there is no way to keep fruits and food in cold, so there's no cooling infrastructure for keeping fruit, for keeping food. Extension of an airport in the Republic of South Africa, and again, due to the visa issues, the Republic of Central Africa, the representatives didn't manage to arrive because, as well, due to human rights, there might have been some issues. However, it's one of the richest countries regarding mineral deposits in the entire Africa, and as you have mentioned before, IT drones in Tunisia. A consortium that we are going to oversee it. In your opinion, what is the main problem? Is it the mentality that is in the way of entering the African markets? Yes, I think it's mentality. Yes, how does it? Well, this is the unknown. This is the unknown area, so we don't know what we may expect there, and it may be some lack of security that we can find on the media. Well, in Abidjan, quite lately, I was going through the Charles de Gaulle bridge, and according to the information we asked, according to the information, it was a very dangerous bridge, and it was exactly the opposite experience that we had. Very often the data that we can find on the portals do not represent the reality. I'm very sorry to say this. A few times a year I go to the West Africa, and I can see how beautifully this country is developing. Of course, you can catch malaria or Ebola. However, you can get injected against it. Still, what we really have a problem with is that we look at Africa from a very far distance. When we talk about Libya, a lot of people say, "Oh, my uncle or grandfather used to work in some rail track in Libya," or we had a lot of experience in Algeria, and the personal or family experience is super important. We will try to
we organized a visit in Guinea for Polish delegation. And at the same time, we will try to organize the visit of the representatives of the government of Guinea here to Poland. Szanowni Państwo, mamy jeszcze chwilę. Yes, please.
I just want to say my last words. You know, majorly the foreign investors I'm talking about in general, with my experiences, when they listen to the media, Africa, whatever, negative issues, okay. But when the investor goes in place and to see the reality, things change. So try to go over there and visit the country, but you see, cooperate with one local company who's got relations in the country at the top level, okay, and he will guide you where to go. But don't go for a local company who doesn't have a relations, he's nothing over there, okay, he will guide you a wrong way. There's two different ways, it's very important. So I hope that you will be convinced to come over to Africa, not only Guinea. You got Algeria, Togo, Tanzania, whatever. So, but I'm here today to present my company, my country, which got lots of big potentials in mining sector. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Galeb. Chcę powiedzieć, że z Galebem współpracujemy od paru lat.
I need to say that I have been cooperating with Galeb for a few years, very successfully. And I need to say one more thing. I don't know if we still can reconnect with Algeria regarding the reality that is shown on the media and compared with the reality on site. After the fall of the previous president, or removal of President Mubarak in Egypt. Before that, I had spent 7 months in Cairo. When I was going there, I was told, be careful, everything is burning there. The Tahrir square, everyone knows, it's a relatively small square. If there are 5 people, it seems a crowd, especially through the eye of a TV camera. I had spent there 7 months without any problems, any issues. It was very safe. There were no attacks. Meanwhile, on TV, we could see one burning flat, because there was one burning flat that burned on that time. So this, what we can see on the media, is one reality, but this, what we can see, what we can experience on site, it's a different story. Yes, it was completely different when we were in Libya and in Lebanon, and in the Ivory Coast. It looks completely different, and this, what is shown, what is made famous or discussed aloud are the extremes. Meanwhile, when you're on site, it's super safe, it's quiet. So let's take this opportunity, let's seize this opportunity that we're at this conference, and we can ask, for example, Damian Giza and other people, we can ask, and we can ask directly, and here there is extent experience in African and Asian markets. The world is open for us. We need to consolidate and act super professionally, not from one event to another, because acting occasionally, we can't do much. It needs to be a whole project. Do you have any questions? Please feel free. We still need to move back to history, because the Republic of Central Africa is quite dangerous. But there was the Wagner Group was there, and what they did. They actually took the warehouses, and it was about a year ago, when one of the Wagner Group members, they are talking like this, they select people as these who have some knowledge, can be useful, and these who can work in mines can be useful, and the rest, it is called a filtration camp. They're being shut down, and the Russians still do this. They still were doing this a year ago. The Wagner Group got into Mali as well, invited by the today's we can say owners of the country. Well, it is called that actually the iron ore is almost lying on the ground. And that's one problem as well, that the Wagner Group is still operating there. I'm very sorry, but I wouldn't recommend going into this country, and I would prevent. And let me just finish. I would prevent any activities there. Well, the German country that after the won war with French, and then there was the Berlin Conference, and there, during this Berlin Conference, Africa was divided, and still 150 years after that, it has got nothing to do with those times back then. It's a real patchwork, including religion. We're talking about the so-called Green Africa. I'm not talking about the Islamic religion, and these are realities which are completely different and difficult to understand for Europeans. Now, today, most of the embassies of African countries are in Berlin. For the entire Africa, Berlin is makes some sort of access. Why not Warsaw, for example? Very simple. And I'm not talking about this using any political sentiment. The embassies of Tanzania, Kenya got closed down, and as a result, about 8 years ago, as I mentioned, to the north from Nairobi, the Kenyans found some coal deposits. No one got interested in this. We could have, but we didn't. And to the technical universities, we could take students. No one thought about this. So it's also some role of lobbying of the country to support such initiatives. Nowadays, the Polish Republic is thinking to make sure that our entrepreneurs can get richer, can benefit from this kind of exchange, but not as Germans or Russians, but solely in form of systemic operation. Thank you.
Ja myślę, że nie wiem, czy Państwo...
Thank you for this input. I don't know if you have ever had any opportunity to go through sociological research in Kenya and Tanzania, and it turns out that Polish in those countries are most liked when it comes to the nationalities. We are assessed as non-racist, friendly, open, quiet. Thank you very much. We haven't managed to get connected with Algeria, Dariusz. I think now he got frozen. We are still having this issue with this conference. I think it's such a conference, but hopefully not the last one. And hopefully we'll be better prepared and we'll know our limitations. Thank you very much to all the panelists for the participation. Very sorry, apologies for such a short time for the discussion, but it seems that Guinea has taken up all the time, resources.
We will work to organize the visit of delegation of Guinea here in Poland. And we will try to bring Polish delegation over there to Guinea.
We try to cooperation between Poland and Guinea very strong, and hopefully we gonna succeed together. So.
Szanowni Państwo, zachęcamy serdecznie do kontaktu.
Let us encourage you to contact COMAC and the Commerce Chamber and all the panelists, because now we are creating a super dynamic consortium with a huge potential, which is going to develop our cooperation in Africa, in African markets. Personally cooperating with the Polish Embassy in Beirut, where we're discussing the possibility of Polish participation in stabilizing and rebuilding Syria. Of course, it's a challenge. However, I need to say openly that I'm very often invited to events organized by the Dutch, by Italians in that part of the world, and I believe that we need to return our presence. And this is in our own interest, our own business, and this is waiting for us. They are expecting our activity, and we should meet this expectation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This panel has been interesting because it has shown us it's possible, that that Polish companies operate abroad, even in markets that we find quite exotic, either related with mining or other activity, and that representatives from Africa come over here, and that we are wanted there. We couldn't connect with one of them due to technical reasons. However, today it may be just a thought for you, but tomorrow and 2 days it may take the shape of some activities, and then it may result, maybe next year or in 2 years, that here we will be able to welcome here new people in this group who have already been working and cooperating there. Thank you very much for the invitation. And with Shamsuddin Deria, we are working on entering COMAC on the shortlist of the entities that will be representing Polish mining industry for iron ore mining in Algeria. It is well described, so I hope to bring some good news for the Polish companies when it comes to Algeria. Thank you very much, and I'm also turning this to the producers of the mining machines and devices sitting here at a few tables, who today are trying to transfer the production to some other areas of activity rather than to some other mining markets, because there are some markets that got closed before us, and yet there are some markets that we still don't know or we are afraid of, and that's one of our roles, to improve and show these options and possibilities. Thank you very much. It's high noon, and we're going to have a press briefing if someone would like to participate in front of the cameras, and 12:30 lunch, and then We are going to have more Polish panels, however, also mentioning this cooperation, also European cooperation, and closer to our competence and experience. You're very welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to Contact International Scientific Conference, Just Transition of Post-Mining Areas. Let me welcome you in Szczyrk once more, which is, despite all the problems that we had before pandemic, we didn't manage to organize it last year, which is good. This year we have a larger group of guests from overseas. Before noon, we had a very interesting panel on the potential of cooperation with African countries. So we're opening up. We're not just in Poland. It is not just within Europe, but we try to cooperate on other continents, which is terribly important in current situation. Let me welcome once more all of you to this Comtech conference. Now I'll give the floor to Professor Dariusz Prostański. I have already said my hello, good afternoon. Some of you have arrived, so let me welcome new guests. Do excuse me, but I'm not going to list once again, but I've seen new institutes and new chambers join us, and new towns, entrepreneurs. So I'm very, very happy that you are here. I do hope that this conference, well, today, it is panel-oriented for the first days, but the days to come will be very specialist. We will separate them into our workshops, technical workshops on mining, when it comes to improvement of safety, efficiency, improving safety once again, because that's key. And the part of the conference in this room, which will be held tomorrow and the day after, will refer to post-mining areas transition and all of those most ecological, green, and socially friendly aspects. Now, let me welcome you to this conference. My colleague who will will substitute me, Bartosz Kolnik, he will tell you about more events. All I can say is I hope that you have a really fruitful event, and that you'll find it useful, successful, and that's what I hope for you, for myself, and for the Institute, and for COMAC. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director. As the Director has said, today is the day of panels, very interesting panels, very interesting guests, and also foreign guests tomorrow. It will be a very technical day with lectures in parallel, but we have live streaming, so we can join it. If you can't participate in two panels at the same time, then you can take a look later. Not to keep you waiting, we'll go to the first point. Joining of COMAC to the European Association for Storage of Energy. It was several weeks of hard work of our institute to join that organization, this association. We managed. We are the first and so far only institution from Poland, which is a member of this association. I hope we're not the last one, and that our other colleagues and partners, we hope they will join the organization. But in order to tell you more about it, today we have a connection with EAS, who will give us a short speech about the organization, what they deal with, and the operations and directions of the operations, and tell you the potential of cooperation. The question is, are we connected with Shenzi? Hello, Shenzi.
Okay. Hi, nice to meet you. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, Shenzi. I would like to introduce Ms. Shenzi Huang from IESE Association. Well, Shenzi, the floor is yours. We are listening.
Hi. This
Could you display your presentation, please?
Hello? Oh, okay. Maybe do I have to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Here I can share with this platform that I have. Or I can just go without presentation if it's not possible.
Shenzi, so you can't display the presentation?
No, I already sent it.
So maybe Shenzi, let's do it like this. Please tell us in few words, maybe 10 minutes, about the EASO organization, and in the meantime we will prepare the presentation and show it to our members in the conference, okay?
Okay, no worries, no worries. Hi, I'm Hyunji from European Association for Storage of Energy. And then I would like to introduce you about for 5 minutes. So I'm Junior Policy Officer of the Policy team. Nice to meet you all. What industry work Brussels? Maybe I can repeat the first. Europeans in Brussels does a function as a liaison of the members in Brussels because everybody's interest needs to be represented in decision making at the Europe. So all of the major technology suppliers, players in the end, had dedicated years in Brussels. So they play an important role in blocking procedures, such as by sharing expert insights and practical experience on the technologies and approach, and by participating in any expert groups or working groups and so on. And it also helps shaping policy in a coherent way, serving as a united voice on key issues. And EASE is covering around 60 members in Brussels. So the number of the members of EASE has increased steadily last few years. We have a range of members, as you can see here. You see, so are very varied. There are TSO, DSOs, utilities researchers, and other associations in the national level. And some members are multinational companies such as Total Energy, LG, Energy Solution, or Samsung, and so on. And now COMAG is also one of our members, and I believe you are our first member who are based in Poland. Welcome to the family, and we'll take you out in our activity. So we have 3 main activities. First is awareness raising. EASE tries to raise awareness about the benefit of energy storage, such as its crucial role in supporting the energy transition at the European level. For example, EASE has worked for an energy storage target since last year, and we also published an review study on it for estimate energy storage target for 2030 and 2050. If I have more time, I will try to explain it at the end of the presentation about it. And the second part in our EASE activities is information sharing. So EASE serves as a platform for information sharing and debate on different technologies, applications, and business cases, which means that EASE tries to share the major information with members for sure, but members can provide the opportunity to speak and share information, opinion. So it's more interaction in the both direction. Not only EASE provide information to the members. So we provide different times to members through such as General Assembly or STC, TVC, or bureau meetings, and so on. So when there is important points to come up with the specific issues or in case of requested made by several members on the specific topics. We also organize a webinar or workshop in specific topic in energy storage issues. So if you get engaged a task force or in the future, I believe it could be also possible to engage in specific topics, like you are more interested in the others. And the third part of the major EASE is market. So EASE promotes a fair and future-oriented energy market design that recognizes storage as a central element of the energy system. It goes aligned with the principle of the European Commission or energy transition. We do not promote one specific technology on energy storage only, because we do believe all the energy storage technologies have their voice, and it's our work to represent them all in Brussels. And for example, also MS, which is market design for the members. So we collaborate with Delta, which is a consultant company, and we recently published our 6th annual market monitor for energy storage, which can be a big asset for members who are in the market and who like to see how the market has been changed and the energy storage this year and next, short term and then long term. So that was been the major activities of the EASE, and I can show you some. No, I cannot show you, but I can tell you some policy priority of the EASE. So we have several different type of topics that we are following, and we focus on. We have focused on, and we will focus on here as well. And then is, of course, we would like to follow how the changes of the European measurements on energy crisis, for sure. We are close following the energy crisis issues and discussion in Brussels, and following the related topics, papers, REPowerEU, emergency measurement, and so on. And then we also have high focus on long duration storage, which is expected much than more. So we would like to give more focus on the short and long duration storage in the future. And that's the same context that we have focused on publishing this energy storage target. And as well, for the other priority, we have safety issue. We have also Power-to-X, which means hydrogen normally in this sense. And we also have worked for the carbon footprint issues. So EASE has generated new ideas and policy recommendation, and so far last approximately 10 years for our members. And we have developed market intelligence and R&D and EU projects as well. So about the EU funded project, we have a dedicated team for the R&D and EU funded projects. So we have get involved in the EU funded research project, and we have updated about EU funding programs and influence R&D priorities, and also participate in political fora and expand our net activities at the on project, and has implemented batteries and third parties in different topics. And lastly about intelligence. So EASE is a valuable source for information for business and investors interested in the energy storage sector. As a member, you can have access to the MS Deck, the one that I already explained, and also we have a regular newsletter on our policy updates. So in the newsletter, you can actually see what's going on in Brussels specifically about energy storage. And also we have regulated, updated database of studies and publication on energy storage. And as a last but least, we have also acted for our visibility and networking. We have tried to expand our network by meeting leading storage experts and policymakers, and organize especially different events. Actually, tomorrow we're going to start our Energy Storage Global Conference, which happens every 2 years. We are now expecting around 300 participants, online and offline. And then we have several sponsors, partners to organizing the event. And we will gonna have speakers from the European Commission, from the European Parliament, and national ministries, and European Investment Bank, World Bank Group, and so on. Lastly, I can explain briefly about our bodies. So we have a General Assembly, which has meetings twice per year. So we discuss in general what's happening in the energy storage in Europe, and what way we're going to focus on our future direction of EASE, and our prioritizing our policy points. We have executive board, technology and value assessment committee, strategy committee, communication committee. So as a member, I would highly expect COMAC to participate as much as very actively. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Honji, for your time and for this, maybe not presentation, but your comment to the presentation. If you accept it, I will resend your presentation to our guests, that they will also can see this what you are talking about today, okay?
Of course, yes.
Thank you very much, Honji, again. Szanowni Państwo, tak jak...
Gentlemen, as you have heard, a short word of comment. This organization is an organization which associates over 60 institutions, companies, and partners from all over Europe who are involved in warehousing and energy storage, who try to co-create that and support, because there are lots of problems on many levels, and we are fully aware of those problems. But we have several working groups which try to solve those problems, show their directions, and us as an institute, we are involved in 2 working groups at this institution. And of course, we are at the executive one, the General Assembly, where we have a meeting twice a year when we will meet other partners. As we have heard, this is we support them from the legal issues, supply chains when it comes to energy storage, economic issues, and technical issues as well. So there are plenty of areas addressed. They are really vibrant here, and they've been for quite a few years. And surprisingly, only now we, as the first one, joined that from Poland. But as I have said, I hope we're not the last one now. Angie, one more thing, if I may. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just interrupt, because we're kind of improvising. We have got the head of our nice boss, because he addressed us on the 6th, I think, in Katowice. Why is it so important, and why do we want you to understand? That's why I introduced. Maybe we should play this 1 minute with...
Association for Storage of Energy. And I hope that you have a very fruitful Silesian Energy Storage Forum. It's a pity I cannot be there. EASE is located in Brussels, in Belgium, and we are the association representing organizations active the whole value chain of energy storage. We are thrilled to welcome COMAC among our newest member, and we're sure that we will do great things together to promote a fair, future-oriented, sustainable energy system in Poland and the rest of Europe. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, with the climate and energy crisis looming, many have understood that Europe cannot continue relying on gas imports, and therefore also not on curtailing renewable energy sources. Energy storage provides an alternative to that, one that is sustainable and leads to new jobs in Europe. I'm sure you will have much to discuss in your sessions today, and therefore I wish you a very good event, and I hope that I will be able to see you in the near future. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
No i Państwo widzicie, to jest...
can tell it was Patrick Clarence, General Director. But now the question is why? Next year, well, we can't give you the date now because we're still working on it. COMAC will organize a global congress of energy storage in Gliwice. In order to be able to organize such a big event, that's why we're here today, in order to show your faces. This panel that we will have the directors of 5 or 6 institutes is right there for you to get ready for it. Interestingly enough, we don't have to be worried about money because we have our own budget for it. But what's important, it seems to be a very interesting platform for cooperation. We need to be watchful. We do bear that in mind. Why aren't they here today? Because they have their own conference today. That's why we have the remote connection, but we sort of surrounded them, and they're not anonymous to us anymore. But we will want to have detailed discussion with them on how we can promote and to what scale can we promote the idea for this conference, those fairs next year in Gliwice, and how we could organize it really well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very important point of history of Silesia. Regardless of what you say of the transition and what's going to happen next, we have new opportunities emerge, and we need to make most of them. Of course, in our way, with full understanding and with some history and process in mind. That's why we have the director, Dariusz. We had an ambitious plan for them to visit us, but I think we'll have a special meeting with them because we will talk about the details. And of course, we'd like to invite you to cooperate so we can organize this large enterprise. Silesia is supposed to host the most important ones when it comes to energy storage from Asia to America. Thank you very much. I thought it was the end. Yes, we will talk about it at the end of the conference. Yes, sure, we've heard about it now. Thank you very much for your comment. Let's go on then. Now I will ask Brian Ricketts, Secretary General of Eurocall, who will present us the presentation of EU policy for hard coal mining with statistics for the first half of 2022. Mr.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be following Patrick Clarence, who is an old friend. He used to work in the fossil fuel industry, but now he's running, as we know, the European Energy Storage Association. It's been an adventure for me to come here today, and I'm really glad I did. It's a beautiful part of Silesia. Szkirik, yes, I think I've got that right. Szkirik. I've just been up the mountain, so I'm a bit hot. But anyway, lovely place. I represent the European Association for Coal and Lignite, or Eurocall, and I have a presentation for you which will come up any moment. We've got 25 members from 14 countries, and I'm very pleased that Professor Prostansky invited me here to speak today. COMAG has been a member of Eurocall for a very long time, longer than I've been working at Eurocall, so over 10 years at least, and a very strong member and very supportive of our technical research committee, which is managed by Professor Krezhmian from the Central Mining Institute, GIG as we know it, and I'm pleased to see Professor Prusek here today. Given the news that we've been hearing for the last few months, I'll just mention that we do have, next slide please, we have 2 members from Ukraine, DTEK and Donetsk Steel, both from the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine, and we've enjoyed very good cooperation with those 2 members over the last 10 years. Last year, Eurocall held its annual meeting in Kiev. It was followed by an international coal conference which the Prime Minister attended, and we were very pleased to be there. DTEK's investing a lot of money. They have an R&D centre of their own and has ambitions for the future. Right now, since the Russian invasion, DTEK has been working under the most dangerous of conditions to secure the country's electricity supply. and coal has been essential. Now, with the war still in progress, the EU has to think about how it lives without Russian fossil fuels, without Russian coal, oil, and especially without the gas. What I have for you today is a presentation on the situation for coal in Europe. I'll review last year's production and imports, take a look at where we are this year, and at the sources of those imports. And finally, I'll look at EU policy and the consequences for the coal regions in the longer term. Last year, lignite production, brown coal, bounced back by a massive 12.5% to 275 million tonnes. The worst of the COVID pandemic was behind us, and lignite is in demand again this year, with Germany the largest producer, followed by Poland, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece. That's the red bars on this chart. It's brown on mine, but red here. The closure at the end of this year of the three last remaining nuclear units in Germany means that there'll be even more demand next year for German lignite. Coal imports have also enjoyed growth last year, plus 19%, but the 106 million tonnes was still below what we imported before COVID. Turning to this year, the first half of this year, lignite has continued its upward trend, plus 12% is our preliminary estimate, compared with the first half of 2021. And coal imports were up a staggering 21%. Coal is back. That's certainly the case in the European Union. But I mustn't be too optimistic. Most member states have decided to phase out coal-fired power generation. And this slide shows the downward trend of lignite production since 1990, with Germany, Poland, and 7 other member states being producers, including Hungary, Slovakia, and Slovenia. The European Commission remains absolutely committed, despite the war, to the European Green Deal and the 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and that's laid down in the European Climate Act, which came into force in July of last year, so that is the law. The so-called Fit for 55 package has yet to be adopted. It's going through Parliament now, but we can already see how it threatens coal. This is hard coal production, again since 1990, dominated now by Poland because German hard coal production ended in December 2018. Last December, the European Commission proposed a methane regulation that would place enormous burdens on the coal industry. It could even force underground coal mines here in Poland and in Slovenia to close. Against this regulatory backdrop, the coal industry continues with its long-term structural change, helped wherever possible by EU funds. This chart shows where our coal imports have come from. The international market is very diverse, many suppliers. There's no OPEC in the world of coal, so there's no price fixing. Since 2011, Russia has grown to dominate the supply of coal into the EU, so it's quite a recent change, really, and it's good quality coal, and they're nearby, so it makes sense. That's now a problem because under the 5th package of sanctions agreed by EU leaders, Russian coal imports have been banned since mid-August. The chart on the right shows stocks at the big European coal import terminals called the ARA ports, Amsterdam, Rotterdam and Antwerp in Holland and the Netherlands and Belgium. The red line the first red line shows the start of the conflict in Ukraine on the 24th of February, and the second red line shows the start of the coal ban on the 10th of August. So what you see is that there was a massive build-up of stock at the coal ports, at European coal ports. Now clearly there were some coal importers who were happy to take Russian coal as quickly. Not everybody did. I mean, some companies wouldn't touch Russian coal for corporate social responsibility reasons, but there were clearly plenty of importers willing to take Russian coal quickly before the ban came into force. So 9 million tons of coal sitting at the ports. But there was a second reason, and that's that the water levels on the River Rhine were low, so it was difficult to move this coal by barge to the power plants where it was desperately needed. Meanwhile, the price of natural gas has reached record levels, more than 300 euros per megawatt hour in March and again in August. That's roughly 15 times greater than normal. And, you know, we're seeing that in our household gas bills, but not 15 times, of course, but 5 times certainly. Higher gas prices have pushed up coal prices. They were $270 per ton at the end of last week, and that's an incredible price in itself. You know, nobody would have believed you if you'd told them that coal was going to be that expensive just a few years ago. And it's certainly good for anybody who has any coal to sell, but not many people do. The response of the European Commission to this crisis was first outlined in a communication in March, so just 3 weeks after the war began. And then in May, the Commission published its Repower EU plan. Now in that plan, in an annex to that plan, this is not a headline of the plan, the Commission does see more scope for coal to be used for power generation, to displace perhaps 105 terawatt hours of gas-fired generation and save 24 billion cubic meters, BCM, of gas. And that would require, according to the Commission, an investment of 2 billion euros in coal-fired power plants so that they would meet the latest EU environmental standards. That 24 BCM represents 15% of our Russian gas imports and is similar to what the International Energy Agency also suggested to the European Union in its 10-point plan to replace Russian gas. So there's a consistency there. This aims to show you where that 24 BCM sits in the broader picture of EU gas consumption, which was just over 400 billion cubic meters in 2019. And I've chosen 2019 because that was the last normal year, pre-COVID. The Repower EU plan aims to replace all of that Russian gas, which is shown here as the grey crescent. So 41% of our gas came from Russia in 2019. Now, gas is used for many purposes, as is shown by the pie chart in the middle there, and some of them are very difficult to change. I mean, household heating doesn't change quickly. Heating plants for district heating, commercial and public services, it's hard to see those changing quickly to other fuels. But for electricity generation, pure electricity generation, gas to coal switching is certainly an option in many member states. I could list them all. You know, Spain and Italy are obvious candidates, but all countries, a lot of countries, not all countries. And industry can respond, heavy industry, energy-intensive industry can respond either by fuel switching if they can, which often they can't because they've closed their old oil-fired and coal-fired boilers, or simply by reducing production, which is what we've seen in the European chemical industry and the aluminium industry and other metals industries, because it's then cheaper to import those raw materials from outside of Europe, if you can get them. But what does this all mean for us, the coal industry? Firstly, the EU must replace the 50 million tons of coal that we haven't been importing from Russia on the previous slide. And that switch is already well in progress, with more coal coming in from our other traditional suppliers of Indonesia, Australia, USA, Colombia, South Africa. Indonesia is well positioned, but its coal is of a poor quality, so it has to be sometimes blended. But anyway, it's happening. Italy is importing from Indonesia. And secondly, over the next couple of years or more, coal will have to be imported to help reduce the demand for Russian gas. But by how much? I shouldn't forget here the contribution from Polish hard coal mines, which are being flexed upwards, then they can add a small part of what's needed here. And also the lignite mines, of course, across the whole of Europe, are looking at how to maintain a higher level of production than they had previously planned for. Okay, I'll go on to the next, so I'm not expecting you to read all of this, but this summarizes what's possible from the coal and lignite power plants that we have operating today in the EU. The ones that are still operating, because obviously a lot have gone and being knocked down or being decommissioned today. So, by burning an additional 37 million tonnes of hard coal and another 38 million tonnes of lignite, we could generate an additional 120 terawatt hours from coal compared with last year. And that matches what the IEA has calculated. That scenario is entirely doable and would take us back to the same level of coal use and lignite use that we saw in 2019. That would not dramatically change the EU's leading position on climate. The share of coal and lignite in power generation in the EU was around 17% in 2019, way less than the global average of 38%. Now, there are, of course, countries who use above that average. Poland, for example, and in Estonia, they use shale oil as a solid fuel. But across the whole of the EU, it would still put us on a good target. Even with the additional coal use, we would still be on track to meet our climate goals. It just means that the shape of these curves would change. In the earlier years, they would be less steep, and then in the later years steeper, which fits with the EU law, which requires member states to build out renewables. So the extra coal use would be eventually replaced by new renewables. And in that way, the historic trend of a declining coal production in Europe would not change. This graph shows the evolution of coal as it's powered the Industrial Revolution across Europe, with some of the global events that have disrupted what is otherwise a perfect Hubbert curve of resource exploitation in a free market. That's what they call a logistic distribution curve, and it applies to any finite resource. And today we're concerned with the tail end of that curve, the dotted line. Gas to coal switching for power generation might mean that coal phase-out plans are delayed a little, but the trend towards an end of coal use by, let's say, 2040, maybe 2049 in the case of Poland, will continue. But the German government will have to think very carefully whether it really wants to bring forward its 2038 phase-out date to an earlier date, which is what was promised in its coalition agreement of last November. And of course that was drafted before the war in Ukraine and before the Nord Stream pipelines were blown up. Germany really has no other option but to use its coal and lignite power plants. Under the Green Deal, the European Commission offers a just transition, And I have to say, I was invited to a conference on just transition, but it seems to have changed its name to a conference on Silesian Energy Storage Forum, but that's okay. I'm talking now about just transition, which I think, if I've looked at a lot of the papers, they are concerned with that. So coal miners should be compensated or offered alternative employment. It's a way of creating new economic sectors to replace what is a massive sector in Silesia. A couple of weeks ago, the Commission approved a 1.6 billion euro package of grants under the Just Transition Fund in support of the Czech coal regions. That's money for what they call upskilling and reskilling of workers, investment in R&D, which includes innovation platforms and clusters, as well as support for the circular economy and energy storage, as well as money to decontaminate industrial sites. The Just Transition Fund is a useful first step, but what will happen after 2027 when the current EU budget ends? Eurocoal recommends that a second package will be needed, and when I talked to the Polish mining group, they would be looking at needing 40 billion euros to replace their own activities with other business activity. Eurocoal has worked on this problem with the London-based Clean Coal Centre, which is part of the International Energy Agency, and with the Central Mining Institute and other partners. And perhaps as a result of that project, the Clean Coal Centre changed its name to the International Centre for Sustainable Carbon, because it sees a great future in the use of carbon-based materials. Although we want to reduce carbon emissions, we are a carbon-based society. We are all made out of lots of carbon. And there's great technical opportunities in that field. Here I should give a plug for the EU Research Fund for Coal and Steel. It remains a solid source of funding for the type of work you're interested in. And it's an exciting time for the fund because there was a change of legal basis in 2020, which is now happening. The European Commission under President von der Leyen has become very green. The European Green Deal is her signature policy. And the research for coal and steel really didn't fit with that policy agenda. And many member states were phasing out of coal, and so they had less interest in coal research. So the program had to change, and it did. Eurocoal, Professor Kresmian and others, worked hard to overcome some of the difficulties that were put in front of us, and what we've ended up with is a program which is summarized on this slide. It's not a smaller program, it's actually a bigger program. So it's a fantastic outcome for the coal industry, with much larger projects to be funded under what we've called the big ticket calls, worth 19 million euros each year. As well as the familiar annual calls. The first big ticket call was held earlier this year. We know that 2 projects will be funded, 2 successful projects, one on reducing methane emissions from coal mines. And I should explain why this REM project is so important. The double tragedies at the Pniówek and Borynia Zofiówka mines in April of this year were a disaster and remind us all of the need for effective management of methane underground. They were horrendous accidents, and too many suffered and still suffer. In the European Parliament, a new methane regulation is under discussion. And I would dearly like to be able to tell you today that that regulation is concerned with the safety of miners. It is not. It is to do solely with greenhouse gas emissions. For operating mines, safety is not even considered, and it's a disgrace. The regulation would ban the venting and flaring of methane at operating coal mines from the 1st of January 2025. For Poland and Slovenia, that is clearly unacceptable because those 2 techniques are necessary to maintain safe working conditions underground. We're working with members of the European Parliament on amendments to that regulation, and I hope to be able to share some better news with you about that next week. It's live now in the Parliament, and we're relying on Polish MEPs, Italian MEPs, a German MEP to give us some help in this direction. At the same time, Eurocol does support the R&D that I've spoken of, the REM project, for new technologies to reduce coal mine methane emissions. And it's not easy to capture the methane from ventilation air. We all know that. But hopefully, the project, the REM project, is the first of a number of projects on methane which will push us in that direction. And whilst I'm talking about methane, I really can't ignore this. I've done the sums. 3 pipelines were destroyed and the gas was lost from those pipelines. Now, I've done the sums on the quantity of methane, and I know how Nord Stream pipelines were built. They're in 3 sections, and there's a delivery pressure at Lubmin of about 177 bar, 177.5 bar. So if I take those pipelines as being full to 150 bar, then 400,000 tons of methane went up into the atmosphere within the space of 4 or 5 days. Now, I have to ask myself, there's a climate emergency at the moment. A lot of pressure is being put on the coal industry to reduce its 1 million tons of methane emitted each year in Europe. So this is 40% of an annual coal industry emission. So why is it that none of the navies surrounding this thought of using an incendiary device to set fire to it, which would have massively reduced its climate impact? Why didn't that happen? We have a climate emergency. 400,000 tons of methane has just gone into the atmosphere. Sort of worth thinking about as to why we did not react to do something about that when we could have done. I think it would have been safe. Maybe others would argue that it isn't safe. I don't see how it could have caused an explosion. But anyway, interesting point. So let me conclude now. These are uncertain times with a horrific war going on in our neighbourhood. Big political decisions have been taken daily. Last Friday, the heads of state met in Prague to discuss a gas price cap which would destroy the European internal market for energy. Big decisions. Meanwhile, the coal industry is doing everything possible to increase its production and generate electricity that citizens can afford. So let's hope we're properly rewarded by that mission and not forced to close prematurely. Thank you for listening, and I do wish you all a very successful conference on transitional transformation of the coal mining regions. It's especially important here in Silesia, and it's a worthy endeavour to make sure that you remain a wealthy part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ricketts, for your presentation and all information that you share with us. Szanowni Państwo, teraz płynnie przechodzimy dalej.
Now we'll go further. Now we'll invite Adam Drobniak, who will tell us social and economic conditions of transition in Polish mining sectors, who works on the National Plan of Just Transition. Just one small word of explanation of National Just Transition Plan. When in reality I started dealing with transition of mining areas, now I'm going to tell you about it from the socio-economic side in order to show you the context within which the Polish regions function. First of all, Polish coal regions, and what it does from the point of view of preparation of certain initial transition operations. That's how I could tackle it, because this transition is not going to be completed by 2027. And as Brian has mentioned, we already have a need to think what's going to happen after 2027 with regards to financing. When it comes to the presentation, I am aware of the fact that we have another panel, a couple of issues on the agenda I'd like to present to you and discuss in a synthetic manner, provided that it does work. I'll tell you a little bit about the transition, because the transition goes through various stages and elements, and it functions within many contexts. And the conference here also has this word just. So maybe we should approach it not the same as energy transition. So very often, just transition is a political slogan, which is features in many colors. And we try to see like a remedy for all the problems in the just transition, which refer to the slow transfer to low emissions economy. I'm going to tell you a couple of things about external conditions of the development, what legal acts and strategies made us think really intensively what we can do about our mining or conventional energy sector. And then I'll go through to what I really want, our coal regions in several dimensions. I'm going to tell you about the initial conditions of the transition. I will also sum it up then to show you the scale of coal regions, to what extent the coal regions with regards to society, to environment, how important they are. I'll show you also the profiles of coal regions in order to show you that for every coal region you need a slightly different approach when it comes to the programming of the transition and preparation of certain projects. And then finally, I will tell you about types of coal regions which we coined during various research studies, and those will be coal regions where the transition is going to go really well and smooth. And such are the problematic regions with lots of challenges, and the perspective for 2030 is not going to solve all the issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing is the transition itself. The transition resources, hard to have a definition. So I have just like really small thing. Transition requires actually absolute change in the regions which are highly dependent, in our instance, on hard coal or conventional energy generation. Reorganization of resources requires that we start thinking about development in a different way, and also in seeking the development sources. We need to reorganize ourselves when it comes to legislation and also with regards to organization in order to deal with the challenges that we face through the hands of the EU and the European Commission. It is important that in transition we would think, as we say, through strategic reflection and have a certain form of reorientation of what we have lived on until so far. It's not easy because a region like ours, Silesian or Upper Silesian region, has been drawing its adult value for the last 150 years from the fossil fuels. When it comes to the source of information, I have, on the one hand, traditional industry, those that are coal-based through the conventional sectors. And then, on the other hand, we mention more and more often green and digital economy. Green and digital economy also is in a variety of colors. If we were to go into details further, then it turns out that it is about the renewable energy, because this is shown on the TV, on the media, etc. But green economy are several sectors which involve passive construction and low emission transport, or recultivation of post-industrial areas, and also solutions which environment based, so it's the blue and green infrastructure. There is a confluence conflict and that we've lived in. And now we wonder which direction we should follow. Now we have certain globalization trends which refer to digital economy, which make us produce things in a slightly different manner, a different way of transporting and creation of different things such as big data or the entire analytics involved. Since we have a clash of one hand of the industrial civilization and the green and digital one, so the transitions available in various fields. I left here ... So this is not only on the infrastructural and environmental, but we also have the political context, which is depends on which way certain operations are programmed with regards to transition. In order to manage with such a complicated problem, the only thing we can do is start cooperating, because only through cooperation we are able to gather some basic knowledge and construct on top of that something new. We need cooperation within sectors, what has already been shown during the conference, which is entering certain networks of cooperation, but it's also important to observe I have cooperation on the local level, what is happening on the regional and national level. I'm not going to risk it. So let me mention just a few documents which make us think about the transition in a more intense ways. The Paris agreements were, in general, people have communicated with regards to the reduction of CO2 emissions and going towards the low emissions economy. The declarations from 2015 until the appointment of a particular financial instrument within Just Transition, which is Just Transition Funds, it's been 6 years. So there's been some time to get ready, to prepare, to think about it. But we are aware of the fact that everything, at the last very moment, and that's how planning transition works actually sometimes. But Just Transition has been programmed at the regional level as recultivation of regions of Just Transition, which are at the level of European Commission. But finally, the green light has not been given yet to free funds. And it was started happening in some sectors like energy policy of Poland and municipal policy, which shows the cities how they should develop in the face of the transition in terms of energy and being just. Analyzing the internal factors and conditions, and we observed the energy and just transition, and we could tell that we are at a very complex and complicated context. This complexity quite often is explained that if we free some resources to create new sectors, then at the same time we create benefits for a social group, then there also be a cost on the part of another social group. For example, with regards to the traditional industry, when we program Just Transition and we considering the energy transition, we tried to pay attention, analyzing the internal conditions, several aspects such as in terms of territory, economy, environment, or technical, and the social aspects which really emphasize in the Just Transition approach. But the Just Transition itself can be perceived in a variety of manners. We've adopted a convention in programming Just Transition, and it's not only about having some distribution transfers for those who lose out or are made redundant, but it's also about those funds being directed at creation of new value chains which are going to emerge in the coal regions. And now briefly about those conditions. When we observe our country, just take a look. So coal regions are in the number of 13, whereas they are located in a variety of ways. We can see on the map of Poland, but among those there are those which are based on lignite, most of them on hard coal, and there is one which is based in 1995. They stopped operation with the excavation of coal. Location and the nature of excavation of mining operations varies in different regions. There are also different business entities. Some of them are state-owned and some of them are private. So this context in terms of the area varies, and also EU has also prepared an even more difficult task. It has indicated several coal regions which are to be supported under the Just Transition funds. Under the first pool of coal regions, there are all coal regions from the Silesian province, Bytom, Gliwice, Bielsko, Katowice, Sosnowiec, Rybnik, Tychy. There is a sub-region which involves Wielkopolska and Wałbrzych sub-region. I understood that these are not all the coal regions that we have in Poland, so whether the regions or the government started negotiating a position where those Just Transition funds would also cover the additional regions. Bełchatów, this is the transition area, because this Bełchatów area consists of two pieces of regions of the Lublin, Western Małopolska and Zgorzelec sub-region. So the negotiations worked in a variety of manners. So now the green light has been given to the additional region for Bełchatów and Oświęcim. It is slightly green light. From the point of view of programming, especially with Western Małopolska, there is quite an interesting issue, because the operations involving Just Transition Fund, which entered in the territorial Just Transition Plan for Silesian province, cover the Western Małopolska. Now we have some data from the point of view of society. The Polish coal regions represent a huge puzzle piece of locations where our citizens dwell. We have the regions which are very small, such as Zgorzelec, with just under 90,000 citizens, and we have very large areas such as Katowice with over 700,000 citizens. The range between them is quite significant. From the point of view of Poland, of the scale of Poland, it is more difficult from the point of severity of the issues are the small regions. Very often in the small regions, most of the, or large proportion of jobs is involved with the traditional industry. What is a worrying trend is the third and the fourth column. And these are the regions where people don't want to live, where there is a dynamic change in the population numbers. Bielsko region is an exception. We had a 1% of increase of citizens within the decade. Another bad tendency is a tendency that those regions are aging significantly. The aging index shows that how many people at the age of 65 plus live per 100 of people at the age of 0-13. If you have Sosnowiec, when you have 161, that means I have 161 seniors per 100 of people who are under the age of 14. So this is a disaster. The demographics shows that it is really unfavorable when it comes to transition of those regions, because there are seniors living there. The elderly stay, the young leave, and regardless of the money we have, it will be really difficult to create new value chains, new activities that those people will be willing and able to undertake. We, within a variety of works, we try to organize our thinking on where we stand with regards to coal regions. We created various portfolios. We applied a strategic approach which show the demographic scale and also the change of the numbers of people, population. We created regions where it would be easier to run the transition and where it would definitely be a trust struggle. The red, orange, yellow, it is when it's not too good, and of course the red one would be worse. So Wałbrzych, Sosnowiec. From the point of view of demographics, it's really difficult to run the transition with regards to energy and so in social terms. Economic context. as we have dealt with the differentiation of the population, it also affects business entities. We have bigger regions, we have more companies, like in Katowice, we have nearly 90,000, but in small regions such as Zgorzelec, with the just under 8,000 business entities. So employment is related to that. So those regions vary from 20,000 to over 350,000 in Katowice that they deal with. We also have the hidden employment, which is not shown, which shows the business process outsourcing sector. This is counted for Warsaw, not Katowice. So we have hidden 200,000 jobs in that sector. So those regions have it slightly easier because they have a more diversified economic structure when it comes to employment in mining sector, the starting point for just transition. This employment also varies. When we come nominally, it is from 1,700 in Bielsko sub-region, where we are right now. We have one mine, through to over 22,000 when it comes to Rybnik sub-region. It also results in the fact that if we apply the multiplication from Joint Research Center from the European Commission, we can generate this employment in the related sectors. In industries, we go 1.21. This is the indicator, and we could tell that if we add those two columns for all coal regions, if it's around 200,000 of jobs which are directly involved with mining sector, and I don't think it's fully evaluated. 1.1 for Polish coal region should be, this indicator should be much higher because value chain analysis performed recently, which is not shown yet. But to complete discussing this slide, please bear in mind the Zgorzelec sub-region. Here we have only 3,500 of people employed in mining sector and only 4,000 people in other business operations. But if we add to those digits and we add to the 19,040, a huge percentage of people is involved in coal and energy generating sectors. If we have in the portfolio all those coal regions and people employed in mining and the residences, so the starting point of transition doesn't show a disaster that, nobody is in the red corner. But we need to bear in mind that those regions which are in the orange and yellow areas very quickly, due to, let's say, rapid changes in mining employment rates, can quickly become in the red part. This slide will show technological and institutional context. What we're interested in here, that analysis of value chains as per business entities, what percentage of entities dominates the whole structure, and then we also analyzed what institutions we have in the business surroundings, in particular coal regions. Here also puzzle. We have regions such as Bielsko, Katowice, Gliwice, where the potential is related to economy diversification, which are very important ones. And here it seems that the transition should not come through particular obstacles, but we have sub-regions such as Lublin, Bełchatów, as I have said, Zgorzelec, where we are dealing with very slim structures of business activity when you don't have technological parts, financing institutions. I'm not talking about universities or research and development institutes. In such regions, with very poor infrastructure, it will be really difficult to run the transition, or the effects on social costs will be really high. This also shows the portfolio, technological institutional portfolios: Zgorzelec, Bełchatów, Bytom, Rybnik, Wielkopolska, Lublin, slightly Tychy one due to the scale of employment. These are the regions which will be difficult when it comes to transition. Now we will have the environmental context with the post-industrial areas. I have a thesis that there is no full information of how many post-industrial areas we have in Poland. We don't have a situation that we go in and we're going to test it. No. If we are to do the transition, the one who speaks about economy says if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. We adopted various approaches. I only eliminated some elements. We showed the mining areas and those areas which are for production and industry, those which in the future can become potential post-industrial areas. Among the coal regions, we have the ones where the share of that area is 7.7%. This is a lot in the Katowice sub-region, for example. We have also a region of two, which is Bełchatów, Tychy, also Sosnowiec region, on Zgorzelec as well. Those will be the places that will, in the future, will require, with regards of revitalization or restoring post-industrial areas, they will require significant funds, ideas, and strategy what could be done. And we are aware of the fact that the funds we have today, even within the entire Just Transition Mechanism funds, and under the priority programs which are financed from the funds, institutionalized funds, they are not sufficient to overcome this problem. The summary, as you see, this is Zgorzelec, Sosnowiec, Bełchatów regions. These are the regions where we have a huge number of areas for production of post-mining. And what is the main reason standing behind the thinking of transition, of energy transition, of limiting the operation of mines? What is an argument the proponents of zero emissions economy promote? Unfortunately, our coal regions do produce a lot of CO2. Of course, the biggest power plant, as we say, is coal-fired with our lignite. It is Bełchatów sub-region. There are also other regions such as Sosnowiec, Rybnik, or Zgorzelec, or Eastern Wielkopolska, where we have conventional power plants which do produce CO2, and there is nothing to hide about it. Portfolio compilation shows that the difficult regions in terms of environmental transitions, Zgorzelec, Bełchatów, in Wielkopolska, East Polish coal regions is 13 coal regions. In general, when talk about just transition, I've always said that there is a 3 × 20 principle. If we observe Polish coal regions, this is 20% of population of Poland. It's a lot, 7.2 million citizens. This is more than all people living in Slovakia. I'm not talking about the Baltic countries, just comparable data. We have 20% of jobs, not just mining related, but in those regions that 2.5 jobs are operating. Those regions provide 20% of GDP. There is a bit of a hazard because we see, when you observe the dynamics of GDP, we see that it is low in the coal regions, and sometimes it's even negative. It shows that the traditional sector is a bit of a burden in terms of economics, with the in terms of GDP factors. So this principle should be also have their plus 3 × 40. Because they create the 40% of CO2 emissions. What we found most interesting when we programmed transition of coal regions, it was the fact that we could show that each of those regions is different, that each of them has got their own individual profile. If it's the case, it'll be hard to focus the transition of coal regions only in terms of central operations. That's what we wanted. We wanted to have skillful a combination of intervention on the regional level with the central level. It worked well in a variety of ways. We wanted to show that each of those regions has got its own specifics. If this profile is shown, then we can show the regions which are
Jeżeli się uda, to prosiłbym tam o kolejny slajd prowadzących. O, dziękuję za.
For the next slide, thank you very much. When we have a look at the Polish coal regions, we can divide them due to their profiles, depending whether it's more red, orange, or green. We can say that actually the easy sub-region, easy for transformation is the Bielsko region. That's the one where we are here now. That we've got only one mine. And we also need to bear in mind that a lot of people who live in this sub-region are working in the central part of the voivodeship. So that's where they're working. That's what we need to bear in mind as well. What are difficult for transformation are the regions that you can see in the middle, including the Gliwice and Katowice region. Because in those region like in Katowice, well, that's one of the central. It has got its own university. It's the main one, the central. It has got some technical high schools and academies and universities. It has got research institutions. It holds some creativity. However, there's also Mysłowice, Ruda Śląska, where there are a lot of locations related with post-industrial mining areas. So generalizing is very, very difficult, incredibly challenging. And you've got extremely difficult areas for transition, mainly related with the lignite, Skorzelec, Wielkopolska, and Rybnik subregion. And short recommendations that I have prepared. When it comes to recommendations that I have to present here, the crucial point seems that we need to very well analyze the concept and orientation of the transition. The discussion on the social or power and energy transition, it only speeds up or has sped up for 2 years. Meanwhile, we are supposed to change something what the previous generations have been working on. Now we have been working on discussing it only for 2 years. So this shows the proportion. Therefore, the strategy and concept and the reorientation of the coal regions is not something that is we have this already put on the table and someone will provide some decision and some scientists will come up with a solution. We need to work on it. We need to develop it. So we have, as I've mentioned, the discussion has been there only for 2 years. For sure, knowledge and experience transfer is required. Global networks that are supporting us as well. When I don't know something, I contact my friends from abroad, asking them relevant questions if they have been through something like this. The horizontal cooperation is super important. Therefore, it means not just limiting ourselves only to the sectorial cooperation, but as well the horizontal approach. Small and medium-sized companies, macro companies, state treasury companies, and without such cooperation, such chains will never exist. There will be only separate links. When it comes to vertical cooperation, we need to observe how money is transferred, because there are financing sources which can support us. Now, what we are dealing with now is the fact there are not too many transition projects. I have the pleasure to travel around, to moderate some workshops, and I believe this is my favorite part of this work, where we are coming up with new ideas. And let's say we have got the relevant funds, but the projects at the moment that we have are at the stage of some data and Excel sheets. That's not enough. We need technical documentation, we need feasibility studies. Very often we need organizational solutions. This is all still ahead of us. It still needs to be done. That's why the partnership needs to be done. from the transformation, just transformation, also the social sector, either the trade unions, all sorts of organizations, NGOs will have their role to play. So to meet two opposite banks of the same river. And it has turned out that the first meeting turned out incredibly difficult. However, the mutual recognition is super important. Then education and spreading information on just transition and energy. Because as I've mentioned, the fat transition and energy transition are often confused or connected. The power sector transition concerns mainly the energy sector. It may include the making it just and justice, however, and fairness. But as well, it depends on us how it is organized. However, still, it's got nothing to do with the just transition, so it's restructurization. We here are focusing on the economy indicators, but this is not what takes the green just transition. For example, to make sure that our kids are going to stay here in this area,
Zresztą jak ich rodzice, którzy związani są z przemysłem.
that they will have some development perspective, and to make sure that they will stay here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Drobniak, for outlining the subject of just transition and some detailed information, which may be worrying, but that's the truth. And this moves us to the just transformation discussion panel. Now let me suggest a short 10-minute break, and then in 5-7 minutes we can come back.
Szanowni Państwo, proszę powoli zajmować miejsce, przygotować sobie kawkę, herbatkę, jakiś soczek do stolika, żeby już w czasie panelu nie przeszkadzać, nie chodzić, bo to będzie rozpraszało naszych panelistów. Bardzo proszę powolutku już też zajmować miejsce, a może nie tak powoli, ale tak żywiej. Zanim przejdziemy do panelu o sprawiedliwej transformacji terenów pogórniczych, chciałbym zaprosić do mnie pana adiunkta doktora.
Before we start the Just Transition panel, I'd like to invite one of our panelists who is going to have a short comment, give a short comment and introduction to this panel. Doctor, the floor is yours. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a film of 3 minutes. We stick in time. We decided to stick to time to show you a history which is very important for us in this history. The most important thing is the persistence which we have when we organize our activities. Those who were here last year, they do remember that. We had 2 panels where we talked to Professor Hanzelek Popczyk. And we spoke about the challenges with regards to the construction of the Silesian energy storage construction in Silesia. Silesia is very demanding, but it is a good idea because those will be very interesting projects. I haven't organized certain activities with so much consequence. You have the milestones here. Everything started last year in April, but the large milestone is July last year. Minister, we have 2 ministers at this project now. Minister, someone back then who supported us. I must tell you that Minister Pyzik is with us for good and the worse. I hope it's going to be for good. We were wondering whether he's the midwife of that or not, or Spiritus Moderns. It's a large project. We wouldn't have to organize it without the involvement of cities. And here I would like to thank the representatives of those large, big cities, which initially observed us with disbelief. But later on, it turned into cooperation. We'll talk about the cooperation tomorrow during the technical panel, where we will show you how others do it. I'm happy about that. And I'd like to thank the Ochotnica governor. He'll tell us what's happening at his place with Guy Oławski. Picture. We'd like to thank Professor Jerzewski for receiving us. We went visited with the cities. We saw the energy storage. This is not simple one-to-one. Hence the Swiss fund of the organization, and that's why we have the alliance. We decided that we could offer a large project with good, reliable partners, and we're just implementing it. Here you have an example of visualization, because tomorrow we would like to show you a full strategy of Silesian energy storage and with allocations, ideas, with the concept of building an aggregate around Comac, which at the level of dispersed energy will support cities. The plan is very ambitious. We're implementing it step by step, and we take no compromise. So we will keep going forward. There were questions, and we left coal. We betrayed coal for the benefit of energy storage. No, we have not. We just expand our range of opportunities, and it has been raised during those panels that in Poland, a key element will be developing the mix. And that's important. We need to observe it from the point of view of energy safety of our country, and that's what the minister has also said. We'd like this dispersed energy and the citizens of Silesia, not just those 5 regions. We'd like to manage it, monitor, and cooperate for the benefit of our country. I give the floor to you, Bartek, because Ola is ready. It's a very interesting panel, because per square meter we have so many directors of so many institutes. And Director Marta is super special. what the minister emphasizes, we would like to show that we integrate those circles. There is no competition here, there is just cooperation. What Dr. Drobniak said, I perfectly agree. It's not about us having project strategy. We need to do feasibility study. We need to calculate it so the projects can be through concepts, and that's what we're working on. So that's where we go. Thank you very much for this warm welcome, for this warm debate that's ahead of us. We will have Aleksandra Majda, who will be the moderator. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, Aleksandra Majda. I am a journalist and the founder of Obywatele Natury Foundation, who is involved in education, communication, and supports business heading in a green direction. I'd like to thank the director for inviting me to moderate the panel. I was in Katowice a month ago. I am from Warsaw, so this is an absolutely fantastic opportunity and ability to leave the capital city and see life, what's happening in Silesia. I don't think there is a more important subject that we can discuss. We are at a very special time and place. On one hand, we have a war behind our eastern border. We have fuel prices growing, unstable supply. We have really strict EU objectives, even more due to the war than before, which say that by 2050, the latest, we need to have the level of climate neutrality, need to be carbon neutral. In order to achieve it, you need to be efficient. It needs to be done in a just way. And this word is of key importance in Silesia. 4.5 million people live here. Over 80,000 people are still involved in the mining. Another 80,000 in mining and related sectors. It is in the DNA of this region. Being a miner is more than just doing a job like any job. It is the identity, it's community, it's tradition. And we need to bear that in mind when we talk about just transition. But on the other hand, Silesia is not just miners, it's not just mines and businesses related to it. And now we're going to think what we can do so this region does not become a prisoner of coal, and so the coal does not become its curse. Before I invite the guests, let me quickly quote some data from Public Affairs Institute, who tested 300 miners with regards to social energy transition of this region, and the results are really interesting because they are contrary to the common thinking of what miners think about transition. It turns out that 63% of miners decided that counteracting climate changes should be one of the most important objectives for the EU. 55% were of the opinion that giving it up means depriving the young people of an opportunity for the future, and 60% think that transition can have a beneficial impact on innovation of the entire economy. Now, let me invite our prominent guests. This is a fantastic panel. We have a full representation of politics and of science, so it's going to be a great panel. Minister Piotr Pyzik, plenipotentiary of the government for transition of energy companies and coal mining sector. The host, Professor Dariusz Poznański, COMAC Director. The director. I'm very happy that we have a lady here, Magda Pogrzeba, Director of Ecology of Industrialized Areas. Stanisław Prusek, main director of Main Mining Institute, GIG. Dr. Aleksander Sobolewski of the Institute of Fuels of Energy and Energy. And Dr. Mateusz Dambra, Director of the National Institute of Geology from Warsaw. Taking that opportunity to have the minister here, Minister, before we start talking about the subjects involving regional transition, I'd like to ask about some ongoing issues. What is the plan of provision of coal to households, energy? What's the distribution of coal by the local governments? I know we have some problems. Some local government representatives say they have no infrastructure, they have no abilities. The government thinks otherwise. They think it's the obligation. Let me ask about the situation right here. And the third question is, that was the first one. And when can we expect the Just Transition funds? Thank you very much. The spectrum of all those issues that you have mentioned is huge, but it is within the operations of the government which are directed, which involve the problem of logistics and distribution of coal within the country, because when it comes to national coal, it is limited. And as you know, this coal is dedicated to a large extent to individual households. But the Ministry of Climate, which is responsible for coal import and energy, has purchased the amounts of coal which seem to be enough to saturate the market. But the problem is unloading it in ports and distribution and distributing it throughout the country. But it is happening, and all those bottlenecks are being tackled, and I hope that the days or weeks to come are going to solve this issue. Another thing is that this operation involving management when it comes to this market segment, which so far was in the private hands. I'm talking about coal provision. This is a project to which I can't see a project which could be comparable in terms of logistics, because here we're dealing with a question, 8.7 million tons of coal were a large amount, about 8.5 came from Russia, needs to be replaced with coal imported from various destinations. This is not simple and easy, but there are lots of problems. There are logistics issues. The speculations on the market, the stock markets are obvious and apparent. We need to overcome it. Why those speculations are happening at all? It is not only due to the war and the operations which disturb the process of potential deliveries from the old destinations, because, but well, most of all, we have a change of the destinations that we will take the coal from, but also paths of access there too. Because we buy coal in Australia, Colombia, Kazakhstan, in various countries. Now we don't know when the war is going to end, because in a year or two, if we don't start the national production of coal, if we don't saturate the market with our own needs, we will have no other opportunity than in a year or two or even 3. We could have just, history repeat, and we operate on the principles. We want to satisfy the market, which has been orphaned, because the market where we used to buy the coal from the Russian market, because Russia used the dumping technique, because that's why the coal was purchased there. Everybody who purchased coal on the free market, they would buy Russian market. Now they're facing a problem, and we are trying to solve this problem through actions such as Prime Minister Sachin ordered 600,000 tons. I visited Minister Kowalczyk on Friday, spoke to him, but this is the result of meetings happening earlier, because I'm talking about a fragment of the market, the Russian market. This is from the free trade market. I'm talking about those miners who have greenhouses, whether it's fruit or veg or plants. So, but Poland, our state can overcome this problem, and we will not face problems here. But considering all those subjects involving energy, mainly energy, we should really bear in mind that what has happened on the 24th of February in Ukraine changed not just the policy within our area, changed, and it affected the whole world. So nothing is going to be exactly the same. The activity which affects all parts and aspects of life, and it's going to be happening if we don't have stabilization of the resources, if the paths of access don't stabilize. On the basis of our national energy market, and we are very selective when it comes to the energy space. Our main beneficiary is individual, the end user. And until the end of July, every citizen was supposed to report their heating sources of their homes. So theoretically, we do have knowledge what resources they are. But the truth is that this is supposed, those resources have their geographical vision. This is distributed all over the country depending on what resources are used to heat the households. That's why there is a solution which involves the situation that territorial development units should get included and involved. Today, as we have said, after the 24th of February, every operation that the government rejects just because no, that should be treated as sabotage. This is an obvious thing because it acts to the detriment not of only of those who live in a particular area, but this acts to the detriment of the country and their energy system here. There is a borough with over 2,400. There is a borough with over 1,700 users when it comes to coal boilers of a variety of scales. This borough is going to part in this project. It's a very new project. From the information I have achieved today, several governments have already applied, but there is a formula. This is a question to PGE, because PGE wants to continue this formula. So I think that we need several days to organize it so it gets legitimized, so we know how this mechanism functions. This is yet another example of an activity, an operation which is required on local government's parts for the citizens who live in the area. So there is another prerequisite for the change in the act on the local governments. What that change would involve, I'm just saying. Last year we decided to have local governments in power. Let me remind that there are many elements which are pathological, and I'm not talking about today. Please do remember that there are many local government representatives who continue their mission by sitting in prisons. From the point of view of law, from European country, those situations are unacceptable. I think there are more stories like that. Another issue, the issue of appointing and cancelling certain groups which if they're not cancelled, they can be a danger for citizens of the states, because we have coterie being created which are dangerous. Now we should ask how many referendums at the various levels were held. It's like with constitution, we have a very old constitution from 1992, but we should stop that with constitutional changes which involve a situation where some political power just does it on its own. It should be done like my political party has been doing it. It must be, because there's no other way. There must be social agreement where all social forces would build together. And today, this is an explanation of political unwillingness of some local governments. This is lack of acceptance of opposition to the state of the democracy from 2015. These are destructive operations. I don't want to develop this political issue. There are groups that are responsible for that, and they draw particular conclusions. And citizens, when they vote, when it turns out that in a particular borough this is going to be warm in one borough and in another one it isn't going to be warm. Let me add that in the next panel we have 3 local governments, representatives of Silesian cities, so it'll be an opportunity to ask local government representatives what they think about it, what difficulties they face, how they're going to organize this task. You spoke about social agreement. We have social agreement from last year, which is on just transition, and it also assumes appointing the Fund of Transition for Silesia. I would like to ask, when can we expect that this fund is appointed, and what level are the works at the moment? And it also assumes elimination of the closing down of the last mine by 2049. Let me remind that the social agreement was drawn before the war in a different geopolitical situation. Is it still binding in an unchanged form, or maybe we should get back to it or change it?
Thank you for this question. Well, the matter of this social agreement is very important because it makes some sort of an access for the entire transition. However, as opposite to my procedure, I do not see any difference between those transitions. The transition, as this is a civilization transition, and not only because that the social agreement, that it also includes some schedule of phasing out, and there will be no mine working. And in 2049, the last mine is supposed to be closed. And I said a long time ago, so long before the war, I said I wouldn't imagine that in the year of 2050, there would be born kids for whom mining would be just a memory, something like dinosaurs or the Second World War or some other things from the past. Why? Because, of course, as mentioned before, let me clarify this, that on the Lower Silesia there's also lignite mining, which also has got, for sure, its tradition, but it's a completely different story than in Upper Silesia. Mining has been present here in Upper Silesia for a really long time, but this is some sort of a tradition that makes part of a genotype of this area. And it's also part of the culture of this region, and I can also say it based on my own experience. And for example, the perception of Silesia from Warsaw is totally different than from here locally, and it's the high time that we should consider the future of this entire region in the perspective of the coming years. I'm talking about the government. Of course, it's our priority, but of course, we are caring about this to make sure that heat and energy is present in each household. Very soon I'm going to have a meeting with farmers who are breeding cattle and poultry, and this is energy that they all need as well, because when the producer of tomatoes, if he doesn't get his energy, then the tomatoes will cost 50 zloty per kilo. And as well, it covers all areas of farming and agriculture. And it's not like this, that agriculture dies out for the winter time. And for all of them who are involved in any sort of farming or agriculture, they need energy all year round. Now, the question is whose needs, whose demands we need to cover. These who are who have large-scale greenhouses, they need their energy again all year round, and they may need also coal powder. So this is the finest form of coal, but as well individual customers have got very different types of heating, and not for everyone. Each coal in each form is sufficient and suitable. And as well, the matter of distribution is incredibly important.
Premier Sasin, który osobiście jakby przejął na siebie.
Prime Minister Sasin, who is paying close attention to individual recipients. We need to remember that what we haven't mentioned about these reforms, the main beneficiary has to be a simple human being. Some technologies may support us, but in the first place, they should help people work and live normally. That's all what I may say about this now. If you have maybe, well, I have a lot of more questions, but we have also other guests, so let's move on. I can 100% agree that a civilization transition is still ahead of us, and we have got this beautiful vision what it may look like in these areas, on the post mining areas, and power will be coming from REW, and it would be stored on site as well. This is the COMAC's vision when it comes to the Silesia energy storage. So I would like to ask the director of COMAC to answer this, and now there'll be one question for each participant. Thank you very much. The Silesian system of energy storage is not a simple technical solution, but this is an idea. It's an idea where not only COMAC, but all other institutes and institutions where entrepreneurs and local governments need to participate. This is an idea of transitioning of already closed mines into something what we call green energy isles, where we will be able either to store that energy or as well produce it in an ecological way, using not only the structure of the land, but as well the structure and opportunities that former mines provide for storing energy and for managing the energy. Let's imagine several and dozens of the mines in Silesia when they are all closed, and each of them makes a green aisle that stores and manages the green energy from the prosumers, and it is connected with the entrepreneurs in the surrounding area, and each of the members of this undertaking may use and benefit from these solutions. This is all environment engineering that is involved in it as well, like IETU, like the main mining institute. Still, the emission control is involved, ecological production of hydrogen, as well producing green or blue hydrogen, and this is what this undertaking covers. Today we have presented the main milestones: first idea, then involvement of the ministry, yet SRK, or the special economy zone, which makes kind of an indicator who's going to participate apart from us. And then it has evolved last month during the Expo Forum, Expo Fair, and we presented our solutions. And today, to this initiative, actively, Zabrze is joining this initiative. For a long time, we have been establishing the flexible conditions of making this agreement, and I hope we are going to sign some agreement between the city of Zabrze and Comag and ZDK company, which is the Comag daughter company. So I hope the answer is satisfactory. Not completely, because the question, we have much more questions. Let's move on. We'll come back to you, Mr. Director, and I can fully agree that we shouldn't break down the types of transitions. So now, Mr. Director Stanisław Prusek, I would like to ask about the agreement that we have already mentioned from 2021, the social agreement concerning the transformation or transition of the coal mine agreement, guarantee of employment, etc. We know that GIG had played an active role in the works of the social agreement. I would like to ask about more details, and in particular the social matters that unfolded during that work. And may it still be binding in unchanged form, as it has been negotiated. It was negotiated just before the war. Well, the role of GIG, the report that was developed concerns innovative use of coal and potential in terms of clean coal technologies, and as well with our professional friends, we had the privilege to participate in this report, as well a few ministries, as well as the social participation was large here, and the findings from this report have found their place in the social agreement, and Mr. Professor Krzysztof Stańczyk was the head of this undertaking. We were the technical advisor, and our role was the deep analysis of materials prepared by the coal companies. For example, the analysis were about operational resources and necessary investments into new deposits. We also analyzed the production schedules, the sizes of co-production and programs of phasing out or closing down of given mines. And then finally, analysis when it comes to the provision of coal by 2030. And then, considering the provisions, we were performing analysis based on those provisions. When it comes to employment, it's about 75,000 of employees. Now, when it comes to the supporting companies, it's at least one job per one. But then as well, the economy university, there are the estimations much higher, because it may be even 4 other workplaces per one. So it means that there may be additionally 30 or 40,000 of work positions. And we, as the Institute, also actively participated in preparing 6 just transition plans where it is being enforced. Now, when it comes to the update of the social agreement, I think the Minister has explained a lot already. And officially, there is an official offer of update, and this document can be accessed. Of course, we will need to intensify the development of the renewable sources. We are going to develop nuclear power, but as well there are going to be provisions concerning the necessity, possible necessity, of the usage of our coal powers and our coal deposits, particularly in the face of the threat of our energy safety. If it exists or not, I'm not going to answer this now. I think each of us can answer this question. And it was also important in the amendment. It's adding the 4th pillar, because the 3rd one is the 3rd pillar is the just transition, and the 4th is energy independence. And that's the part which says about that. It's briefly, I could develop it. There are also other participants. Before the conference, we also discussed if we could use coal as the transition fuel. Is there such an option? Because it seems that the EU doesn't seem to see such an option. Maybe I put it like this. Very close to very fine data entrepreneurs, and Mr. President Rogala has provided exact figures, and if now we would like to replace our coal with imported coal, it would be about 46 billion zloty, and if with the gas it would be about 200 billion zloty. And for sure, I'm absolutely sure that this is one of the crucial subjects of our discussions, for example, with the representatives of the EU, to consider, of course, temporary, to use coal as the transition fuel. There's another important provision mentioning that all the investments that are going to be aimed towards the gas power, that means the change or actually moving from coal into in favor of gas, because it was supposed to be, gas was supposed to be the transition fuel after the breakout of the war. We need to definitely discuss it, consider, therefore, the amendment of this very important document needs to be amended. It needs to be revised. And again, the 10H document for or in favor of wind power, and as well hydrogen also needs to be considered. And Mr. Aleksander Sobolewski, who is the head of the Institute of Fuels and Energy, has been appointed by the Minister of Climate Environment, has been appointed as
pełną pana rolę. No i chciałam się
right. And I would like to ask about the role of the renewable or the green hydrogen. Of its role, we don't have it yet. We have the so-called grey hydrogen here in Poland, which finally will not be accepted and recognized by the EU. So what are the perspectives of the hydrogen economy? Is it a subject for us or for the future generations? Well, this is a rather question for the entire conference, but I'll try to answer briefly. First of all, a brief comment to this what Professor Prusek mentioned. It's 200 million slot of for gas, a billion. That's per year. So it's huge money, incredible. Now, when it comes to transformation and your question about hydrogen in connection to the subject of our conference, if the panacea is supposed to be renewable energy, then renewable energy without storing it makes no sense, because the balancing of the market will be incredibly complex. And everything works well when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing. And then what happens in the worst case scenario when there is no sun and no wind? And the largest use, the highest use of power is around 8 p.m. when there is no sun anymore. So maybe intercollectors is one of the solutions, because somewhere in Europe it's always going to, the wind is going to blow somewhere. But it's a huge investment and already power losses. Then storage of energy, we've got a whole range of possible solutions. But if we calculate from the thermodynamic point of view, then we also need to think about the green hydrogen, and we think we need to develop the entire hydrogen infrastructure, and we may need to double the already existing infrastructure for power. Well, hydrogen is great, but it's very difficult to store. It's very demanding. So these are very interesting. We have very interesting projects. But as you have mentioned, possibly it's not from my times. As pilot concepts, yes. For the future, yes. But such stories that we are going to base our economy on hydrogen, it's not the perspective of 2050. It can't work. No matter what dates we set, it may be 2040, 2050, 2070, and then it will never work that soon. Now, coming back to the technical options, definitely this is a direction that it's not only about the climate change and climate protection, but securing safety. Therefore, it means our own material, because it's our own source of energy, wind and sun, which, if we can use them and store to make them available 24/7 all year round, then it means we are not going to be dependent from those unstable countries, but as well from the Middle East, but also from our direct neighboring East countries. Therefore, hydrogen, it can be a transition element. We can base on it and make people get used to it. But now, if we make research among people, then people are terribly and panically afraid of hydrogen because they associate it with the hydrogen bomb and the more educated with Hindenburg. So, well, let's not talk about 2050. Let's say 2050 plus, without defining when. How much effort will it take and money to as well make happen the transition, both the society and of economy. You have mentioned the group that I chaired, but we are also mainly talking about energy. But the huge sources of hydrogen will be required for all sectors of industry and heavy industry, which means everywhere there that previously coal was present. Yes, it would be beautiful, a green Europe, which for sure I will not see this life. But now, where in this all are we placed as Silesia? We have the green hydrogen valley. Well, the projects need to be perfectly prepared. They need to be financed. This is not about millions of zloty. These are billions. These are also places of work, employment, options for employment. But the renewable energy, it's also human potential and development of the area, but we can't exaggerate that hydrogen will solve all the problems. You need to remember that storing of energy will be an element that from the very beginning need to be in line with the development of renewable energy sources. Then more and more investments, as for example, you journalists say, build more windmills. Without a system for storage, it doesn't solve anything whatsoever. It will take more and more efforts, and the efforts mean money. And the most importantly, the most important thing is to convince investors. I would summarize with such a motto: in order to convince the investors, the local governments and politicians, we need to absolutely prepare demonstration programs. First, less talking, less conferences, more actual real projects that can be presented.
Nie gdzieś w Holandii.
Example where we can take people and show them, look, here and here it works like this. Not only in the Netherlands, but as well, for example, in Poland. Well, I think to Sanok we can go because that's in Sanok they are becoming strong in this technology. At the next panel, we are going to have a representative who will be able to tell us about his vision of the energy system, and it will not be centralized. However, it will be dispersed, and this energy will not have to be sent to far distances. However, it will be stored on site, and at the same time, we will hear how to obtain financing for hydrogen projects, and will not have to hope for any subsidies for any fundings from the EU or the government. And now my favorite subject, Mrs. Marta Pogrzeba, Institute of Ecology of Industrial Areas. And your area of expertise is fantastic, where together with ecologists, biologists are active. You are moving around the world, traveling, gathering experience, like ecosystem services, which nature is providing to us. In Warsaw, it has been calculated how much money trees earn in such a way that they absorb CO2, SOx, and they produce oxygen, and they earn about 200 million zloty for the city. That's what the trees do. That's how they earn per year for Warsaw. Mr. Director, please explain us the nature-based solution, what it consists in, what are the local requirements to make it work, to provide
O biomasie jako uzupełnieniu do OZE.
provide these benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, just the name of my institute, and we are celebrating the 50th anniversary. It says that already 50 years ago, the scientists were saying that for the industrial areas require ecology and revitalization. We have completely forgotten that these areas make a resource for us. We need to come back to the original idea that
Natomiast gleba dla nas, to co tu pan
are going to build the storages for energy, but as well the soil is a place where food is produced, but if it is polluted, it cannot be intended for food production and feed for animals, but it has to be used for industry. How can it be done? Two approaches. Nature-based solution, as mentioned before. So solutions based on nature. Nothing better so far has been invented than this, what nature has come up with. And we as scientists want to base on it. So, for example, in the very polluted areas where food cannot be grown, we want to use nature. There, when we've got natural succession, we provide the possibility for plants, for greenery, because it may turn out that we may end up with protected plants. We have some of them here in Silesia. But what is important, in the post-mining areas, where the underground infrastructure doesn't give this possibility to grow any plants. So we have such a solution, and I have the pleasure to coordinate this Polish-Norwegian project in this area. We construct intelligent, self-sufficient module of green city infrastructure. It is a simple marine container which will be covered with local plants in order to increase biodiversity, because you need to remember that the European Commission has adopted the concept of biodiversity concept, and we need to increase it almost by 50%, which makes really a lot. Coming back to the container, why is it going to be self-sufficient? Because the energy of photovoltaic panels will provide energy to pumps, and the rainwater gathered underground will be in an intelligent way. It will be watering the plants. It will be controlled from the smartphone level. So that's one of the solutions. The next solution, which is a lovely, very Komag has prepared presentation, because it's just very nice. And I can see based on this, how this all is changing. In this film, you could see post-mining areas, and of course the soil under the panels. It can't be a bare soil. It has to be covered with plants. Why? Because with strong winds, the dust can sit on the panels, and then of course we are losing the efficiency. And here the institute comes up with low grass types and planting low grass. But then, where photovoltaic panels can't be installed, in the activity of these storages, we come up with an idea to add such activities, to create such a demo location with the photovoltaic panels, with our local types of grass, storages of energy, and in other locations when infrastructure can't be set, we are going to have power plants. What does it mean? Over 20 years, I have been working on the energy plants. These are not Polish types. They are not invasive types of plants. They come from China and the US. They cannot. They do not bloom. They are not able to spread to other areas. So why is it important? Because we need to increase the amount of biomass produced by 2030 up to 25%. Therefore, we are using just 5-6.
Musimy oprócz
Why? Apart from the PV panels, we need to go towards as well biomass. Will these plants grow easily? Are they not demanding? Yes, we have got a few areas for research where, depending on pollution, especially with heavy metals, on low quality soils. Of course, the quality of soils is very important for the amount of biomass that we can take from 1 hectare, but as well the plants that we are analyzing are able to grow in very low quality soils. And really, it's super important that we have to exclude those Silesian soils from food production, not only due to our air quality, but as well we are burdened as people already here in these areas with pollution. And I suppose, well, actually, I know that in the post-mining areas, maybe there won't be any heavy metals, but there will sulfur, for example. But all these areas can be used for production of biomass. And at the same time, I would dream such a demonstration. That's what I have mentioned of the complex application of all these solutions that I have mentioned already, and including the gas installation. I'm not an engineer. Maybe Director Sobolewski can support me here, but as well, we have an extensive experience with different units in our country, considering biomass gas storage.
Więc marzyłoby mi się, żeby Polska, w zasadzie, no tu powiem, Lider Comac, tak?
Tak. And I'm talking, and Lider Comac, Poland, and all those institutes have shown a living lab. They did show a demonstration of this technology on the post-mining areas, where we can show all those technologies in operation. I'll be able to show that it's doable. And I have participated in a global mission at the European Commission. Our slogan was a trip to the moon. Every scientist must take a trip to the moon, because without that, their operation is pointless. In the past, they used to think that there would be electricity. Back then, in the 15th, 16th century, once they had electricity, nobody could imagine life without electricity. Now, as scientists, we need to have this trip to the moon, that there will be living labs to test things that we don't know yet, but also to demonstrate that this is the Europe of future and all those technologies in the post-mining areas. As a journalist, I sign up if something like that is going to happen. I'll be happy to tell the world that it fascinates. This is amazing. You told us about this, your experience from soil, health and food. Please don't tell us, because I'm not sure if you managed to get back to you. What are the conclusions from the mission, your experiences, what interesting elements could we implement here? When I was starting my work for European Commission over 2 years ago, this mission was called Soil, Health and Food. At this moment, well, actually last year, it adopted a name, Soil for Europe. And it says clearly that in Europe, we need to create 100 living labs, which would be demonstrate this live hubs of technologies which are already exist in existence, but what you have said, we could show to entrepreneurs. Professors already mentioned it, that we will not convince an entrepreneur or a society that it's worth investing if we don't create such demonstrators. Only showing that it works, that it can benefit the economy is important. On behalf of the mission, finally in the European Commission, they did understand that agricultural grant is one thing, because the name of the mission suggested that it will be a protection of agricultural soil. No, not just that, because we need to protect all soils, the degraded ones, the polluted ones, because before we had heaps in non-ferrous metals mining. There used to be crops growing, so that's why under the heaps we have soil growing, because some soil is there, because there is some greenery growing there. So soil must be understood in a broad aspect, but we also need to think of solutions to restore it for economic operation. So that's why it's so important, this mission, because there are 5 missions in Europe. The soil one is so important because it indicated that the protection operation and also finding new functions for the degraded soils are of so much importance. I'd like to thank you very much for that as well. We go to the Director Damrat from the National Institute, Ecology Institute, because this institute deals with that. Exactly what you say. It verifies the impurities of the post-industrial areas, also with regards to soil and ecology or crevices. And do we know in what post-industrial areas, post-mining areas, what are the pollutions and what is the level of deformation of those grants? Is there anything that can be done and built there? Good afternoon. The Geological Institute also performs geological services. We have a really nice wrap-up with regards to the greenery and pollution. Thank you very much. I think that the geologist's opinion is not of key importance in mining transition, but I hope that we can add on to the debate. Now a bit auto advertising. We organize biochemical monitoring. Thousands of samples have been tested due to the pressure that Silesia is under, and the mining area. This area has been particularly tested. I have brought with me one geochemical map for Zabrze. I hope that it will attract your attention. But over there, on the scale 1 to 25,000, there was geochemical maps performed for GZW, 16 kilograms per 1 square kilometers, 1.83 meters to check which is geogenic pollutions. We can think of the natural concentration of certain elements. And I'd like to mention that such maps and detailed maps are available online, and they are for free in English as well. We also have sedimentation of inland waters and samples with over 30 elements and other parameters as well. And that's why we have our services to provide services. That's with respect to soils. When it comes to sedimentation, you know this phenomena better than we do, because we monitor it with the use of sat-nav techniques, and you live in those surroundings. In Silesia, we can function in those conditions, as everybody proves that. Our data shows that with over 6,000 structures are in the subsidence area. That's not the end of the world, but there is some specifics of the risk of soil tension needs to be considered. This is a national consequence of mining movements. We have developed data on the basis of archives data, so we do have our data gathered, and we can address that reference point. Such data is available also for free. The geohazard information is there, and I welcome you to use it. With regards to the global scale, there have been lots of issues already touched upon. Nobody can imagine living without electricity. I'm afraid that couple of geopolitical events, and unfortunately we might have to imagine that, at least for some short period of time. I hope it'll be short from the point of view of geology. I do bear in mind that we as a service have also tasks to protect the seams. There is a policy which is quite coherent to depart from coal mining, and I will appeal that we don't close off this path, that we don't open a one-way road, because the technology might change, that in 50, 30 years time we'll have to get back. So the shaft should be maybe operating or pumping out the water for the mines. Another thing worth considering is the mining waters. We all think of technological visions, but pumping the water out from cotton mines has been with us for years. Those who are here in the room, are more familiar with that because we are practitioners in that subject. Or, for example, the heat energy that is accumulated there and it's not achieved. It could be recovered, and there will be less pressure with regards to the groundwater and the river water, and this energy means a lot of generation and methane concentration as well, which is also a problem that we're familiar with. It should be considered in the broader aspect. Now we have a methane resolution, this EU resolution, which quite significantly interferes with mines operations. Well, can we capture that even better, or use the captured methane? That's a subject that would be worth undertaking. When it comes to the seams, there is new, maybe not new, but like a legislation that in spatial planning we would consider the borders of seams, which usually, or in the past, was not considered. But when we think, in perspective, we should consider that it does raise some social controversy. But we need to consider what is a more important priority, providing the business of national energy in an unknown time and events perspective, or that some value of a property will be limited. The scale varies. But we've had opinions, maybe not questions, and more comments. I don't have a ready answer to those issues. I'd like to introduce them into this debate. Thank you. Since we're heading towards the end, let me just start from Adam Rad. Let's have a very short summary, 2-3 points. What, in your opinion, of key importance in our subjects? We're talking about the transition of Silesia, we talk about energy, social issues, economic issues, energy independence, and then the Minister Pyzik at the very end. I'll ask you to sum up the debate. You've taken lots of notes. You'll have some interesting ideas to share. Now, from the end, going 2-3 most important challenges that we're going to face. We don't have time to reflect upon it. I'd like to say that I've kind of mentioned those aspects that are the source of actually they're in the center of my interest from the point of view of geology, because my private opinion about that. I'd like us to respect what we've got. This is important with the resources that we have. You can't not neglect it from social, but also economic, for social and economic reasons, and so we can use as much as we can with regards to our operations of EU legislation, so we could look after our own interest. It is happening, but so we could look after the interest with regards to the seam that are there. This lies within the interest of my institution. You want us to do it quick and nicely. I'm going to say 2 things. First one, we need to believe. That's the most important message I have. We need to believe that the transition is possible and necessary. If we believe that, if we convince this society, it's going to work. But we need to believe it, that it's not just paper slogans that we need to repeat. Silesia must go through it. And the second element is that we need to understand That is not doable without money. We need to do the calculations very well. There can't be subjects that we shelved, as we have heard earlier on. This feasibility study must be calculated in detail, and you need to know where the money comes from for the preliminary stage. The implementation stage will be easier, but nobody wants to give the money for the preparation stage, and we need to understand that. Thank you. I'm going to use a slogan, because Oleg said he doesn't want it, but the slogan, which is very important, that in transition, human is always at the center. I've also read that in the transition it's important that nobody is left alone, and we need to add what it means, that when we perform the transition on many levels, we talk about jobs, employments, etc., also energy, safety, that we can remember about humans. All those issues that have already been mentioned will be mentioned later, and they're very, very important. I represent environment and the Ministry of Climate Environment. I would like that all of us and the energy transition for all of us could allow us to reuse the degraded and polluted areas, and would bring profits to the economy and improve the quality of life of the citizens for any region which is burdened with anything. It seems that the most important is that the transition would be run in such a way that the region does not lose its potential, that we can use all the potential means and the entire infrastructure and the potential of the sector of industries being closed down. It's not just the mines. And also dangerous efforts. So we could create a second sort of like the second life, another life of Silesia in a green way, so we could live with a well-off and clean and safe region. Minister, we had a question on funds. Just transition, can we expect funds, and when? I'm going to answer in a different way, because when I listen to the discussion, thank you very much for allowing me to participate. When we talk about sustainable development, we need to calculate the construction of a certain system on the basis of various analysis, and to have a system with an algorithm where we add to the transition system. We're talking about the transition of Silesia and civilization transition. And maybe it'll start in Silesia, maybe more visible, but this transition is in progress in Silesia and Poland, in Europe, all over the world. So we need to go and have our own algorithm to enter it in a reliable manner. And the name of it is a spirit issue. Why am I talking about some system? Because there is the issue of numerous threats that have been addressed here, numerous subjects which have been well synchronized, and we have indicated priorities and access routes to certain solutions. Let me mention the green containers in cities. I would also find it interesting how this Silesian agglomeration, this concrete belt, how does it affect the groundwaters and the entire biosystem covering the entire province of Silesia, and reaching a conclusion when we can come up with all sorts of some issues which nature has invented itself on the basis of our experience with the Odra River and poisoning of the waters. I live in Gliwice. There is a stream which is called a river, and for many, many years it's a zone where there's probably no chance that anaerobic bacteria could function. When you need many kilometers for the water to go through Gliwice Channel, and now Odra is a small river there, so it becomes a saprober water where the aerobic bacteria could function, and this is the nature of those waters. So the same road is when it comes to access to the transition. I think we need to talk about it, but it's high time to turn on the central computer, which will connect all those sub-teams, sub-programs, and develop the only path of access. We should be like chess players and think of as many steps forwards as possible and be really realistic in running those programs. That's it. We are great because fitted in time perfectly. It was my great pleasure to talk to you. I've learned a lot myself. There are lots of subjects ahead of us. The conference is only starting, so there'll be probably enough time to discuss them in the lobby and in other panels. I have some names: human nature, technology, equality, and justice. That's what the transition is. Thank you very much. Thank you, the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great request to the panelists. We will take a picture. I would request Mr. Ricketts and my Sortowniak, if he's with us, so you could come up to the stage. Please do bear in mind that's a huge media subject, hence we have the cameras, the panelists. Oleg, there is a COMAG wall. Don't avoid a couple of words for those young, handsome men who are sitting there, because we jot down this history. 3 seconds. Mateusz, are you ready? Minister in the middle. Local government representatives, get ready. And I would kindly invite you to that wall so you can go there, say a couple of words. One more important notice. Great round of applause for this panel. Thank you. Please stay where you are before we go to a coffee break. One more important thing. Vice President Katarzyna Dziuba, please, Director Prostański, stay with us on the stage, because going step by step with the assumptions of the Silesian system of energy storage, it is our pleasure to notify that we're signing yet another agreement or establishing energy cluster with Zabrze, signed with Zabrze and COMAG and ZDK. COMAG, Vice President, Director Prostański, please enter the stage. Director, the documents to sign. Mr. President, please thank the President from us. I wanted to say that Zabrze, just as Bytom, are really active when it comes to our plans. I hope it will be very quick implementation of the assumptions of the cluster. I must tell you that Bytom is the catalyst of all those operations. The town makes us hurry up with all our activities, and we love it. Thank you. Górnik Zabrze, it's a sports team. I don't know who you cheer for, but you'll see the missing element of the stadium where we suggested, and how it can be invented and reinvented with regards to RES. Thank you.
Uśmiech szeroki.
Miasto Zabrze z nami.
Jeszcze raz bardzo dziękuję i tym aspektem.
Very much. With this, I'd like to invite you for a short coffee break, and then we get back to the debates. Thank you.
bo musimy iść z biegiem konferencji. No niestety czas nie jest aż tak z gumy, żeby go naciągać. Bardzo proszę, proszę już zajmować miejsce. Każdy się jeszcze zdąży zaopatrzyć w jakąś kawę, herbatę, coś innego. Wziąć do stolika, bo jeszcze chwilę tutaj spędzimy przed kolacją razem. Panowie, proszę, siadajmy już. Dwie minutki jeszcze, proszę zajmować miejsce. Dobrze, szanowni państwo, witam po krótkiej przerwie. Rozpoczynamy drugą część dzisiejszej konferencji, a w zasadzie już taką...
We are starting actually the third part of our conference after the lunch break, and we're starting with the presentation of transformation of post-mining industrial areas based on the example of the Ruhr area. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you will be interested in this subject, and I'll be able to make you interested, rather what Germans have made to achieve, and some information of transformation. I have been connected broadly with German industry since the year of 2000, both through research units in Freiburg University and IRG, and the current president, Stefan Hager, who used to be my head when I used to practice at his unit. At the beginning, some general information: what coal mining in millions of tons, what it looked like between 1956 since 1956. A few words about a few points. Here, I'm not able to discuss all the points, but generally, I would like to say that in 1951, Germans signed a document related with, and it was about cooperation of a group of employees of mining industry and concerns. It was about the equal number of voting of votes in German industry. And then 1956, Germany encountered a problem that the price of coal got freed, and it was the at the same time the end of the Suez crisis. So it meant the price of oil on the markets. And 1958 is the time of the first coal crisis, and the Germans' reaction to the crisis was reducing the number of hours of the miners in the coal mines and introducing some earlier earlier break and the of the mine employees, and then earlier regulations were introduced, and then Company Iraq was formed. Now I could describe it in all the times. Huttenfeldtag, it's an agreement between steel industry and coal industry. It was about purchasing coal, which was subsidized by the state due to the difference in prices. And it was the 10-year agreement. As we can see, it's in blue here on our slide. It was connected with social and industrial power and German mines. I can discuss it and explain in details afterwards, but here I can explain how coal mining has been dropping gradually over the years. Maybe now a few of these slides will be able to show you how the structure of mines has been changing. This is the example based on 1969. In those times, they had back then 54 mines, 56 shafts. Now, in 1980, 90, 2000, 2010, 2015. So, Prosperhangen mine was closed in December 2018. It was the last working mine. Here in this slide, we can see information presenting how employment in this industry was changing, a number of mines throughout all the years up until 2018. As you can see, the drop is huge. Of course, as we know, Germans are reducing coal mining, and clearly we can see the drop both in employment and in mining. And I need to draw attention to the fact that when it comes to the reduction of employment, already in 1970 until 98, around 120,000 miners were retired. So, of course, it depended on the location. Either they were underground or overground. And for 5 years, the state would finance their retirement, and then they would transition or would go to the standard mine retirement. This slide concerns the development or changes of the structure in German mines. First moment, 1968, it was the year when RAG was created. And forming of this company meant that Germans forced their mines to get included in one structure in order to be able to negotiate as one body, both in contractors and industry. It was in line, time-wise, with signing agreements with steel and power industry. And here's still a few words I would like to develop. I don't have enough time. The next year, 1997, constant diversification. What it was about, back then, Germans introduced the principle that the RAG company that was into coal mining, it was one part. The second part were companies that were into other types of the industry. It was chemistry, construction industry, IT, that was actually developing back then. But what they did, they diversified it and they created international companies. They had their locations in, for example, in the US and in some other countries, and they would spread all over the world. And then in 2007, Germans performed a fusion of mining companies. It was called Deutsche Steinkohle, DSK acronym, and as mining was before that done in 3 different bodies, then it got connected into one body. And this was the step to concentrate all the mining enterprises. And then to 18, it was the completion, the ending of subsidies for coal industry. And to 19, it was the liquidation time for mining activities. It was the post-coal mining era. I believe that it's quite important the diversification, the difference in the financing model. On one hand, the model was financed as part of the enterprise, and on the other hand, it was the EU and local and national support, financial support. Now, the first one, what happened in Germany, what in Iraq, how it changed, it meant that it could partially finance itself. You can see all the enterprises or the companies that are included within the scope, and then it is divided into 2 branches, into 2 directions. Now the problem is, like, when it comes to the so-called black or dark mining. I think it was actually about mining. Meanwhile, the white one was so-called white activities. It was chemistry, power, immobilier, new technologies, and RAG invested in them, and it provided extra money for the company. Meanwhile, in 2007, a new company was appointed, was set, and it also divided into 2 sectors.
Trochę więcej, bo to jest dosyć ciekawa spółka, którą...
It's quite an interesting company which deserves presentation. These two paths, these two branches, RAG, 100% Schwarzbereich, we are talking here at this stage about closing down of mines. So since 2008, they are going through the closing down of mines process. And then planning what should happen after this closing down, after the operation, how the chemical threat should be treated, water. Meanwhile, Evonik, the company that is in charge of the white branch, its profit is financing RAG. So the entire profit related with any dividends, any profits they make, supports and finances RAG. And now I would like to show you a bit closer how this Evonik company, how it was started. I don't want to say that it was started by chance, but I strongly believe it was a very clever step. In the year of 2003, E.ON, the E.ON company, which very much wanted to, was very much interested into RAG Ruhrgas, and they wanted to purchase from RAG Ruhrgas, wanted to purchase because after the ministerial decision, this company was given to E.ON, but in return, 46% of participation in this company they received. It was a chemical company. Then, between 2004 and 2006, RAG purchased all the rest of the shares in this company, and then they sold 280 subsidiaries that belonged to this Weißbereich. They sold it all over the world markets, and for this money they could purchase the other shares for which they could buy the chemical company. And then two other companies that remained got included. They got connected. They got connected as Evonik, and it works with such an intent that should finance the transformation in Germany, in Ruhrgebiet. Another piece of information, I think in 2010, Evonik sold to Stadtwerke their own company, Stach GmbH, and because Evonik started to focus mainly on chemistry, on chemical industry. And it still had construction in the shares and modern technologies, but they very strongly focused on industrial chemistry. That's why there's a separated another company, which the shares are. Okay, we can't see because of the shares. And there was another company. Because it's a very interesting company.
Mieszkań pod wynajem. Z tego wynajmu.
And they are financing the current mine transition or transformation. So that's these are the shareholders in RAG Stiftung. So these are all the members and the shares in the entire company. So previously I showed the RAG shareholders, and very soon they agreed to sell to the foundation their shares for €1. It was the agreement between all these companies. Thanks to that, this foundation could be created, and it's still operating until now. These are the other companies where RAG Stiftung is running. And as they realize what the issues with the post-mining areas are, I know we can't see it very clearly, but this gives some outline, some idea how the projects looked. Projects financed by the EU and by German lands and German government, state government, related with energy transition. It was 1998. It was already back then. The transition got bailed out and financed. It was about creating new workplaces, all the transition related with phasing out the coal industry. So here we're talking about the figure of 165 billion euros since 1968. So here we can see what scale of subsidies or support we're talking. Now the funds, here we can see the funds over the years in the phase of Article 3 and Article 4. As well, it included the broadly understood production. Meanwhile, the Article 4, it was about phasing out and closing down of the workplaces post-mining workplaces. RAG transformation since 2016. I have explained the idea of the transformation beforehand. Now, we are 2022. In 2016, still RAG existed. It was the production phase, even though it was at a very low level. There were 5,000 of employees, and coal production was the aim. And the next phase was 2019-21. Then it was the phasing out of German mining. And to 2022, there was the eternal phase. So we are completely changing the objective of RAG. The new objective is the maintenance of water industry management. It's the main issue in the mines, as you know. It's the main problem. And here as well, Germans can see it, can feel it. Around 460 people will be still employed. That's how the structure has changed, and that's how it's going to change the structure. Now, a few words about risk management. What are the main issues for the post-mining areas that Germans would like to solve? First of all, non-continuous deformations. For example, what is going to happen when you're going to flood the mines? How this is going to impact all the infrastructure, underground, overground. Then surface waters, pumping mine waters, and operational areas. Germans have got about 260 million of cubic meters of water that they need to depump. Okay. Now, what has been separated are the issues that I'm discussing into two main. One is the heritage, which is the subject that is under RAG, still the one still existing. And from their budgeting, they should cover these issues, like protecting all the shafts or the existing coal storage and old structures of mines. Now, what RAG Stiftung are going to do? These are the so-called eternal tasks. We all know that there are some constant threats which still we are always going to pay for, and we need to bear in mind.
To są związane koszty.
Costs that are connected with dehydrating or dewatering of the post-mining areas. I saw in Germany such a presentation that explained what could happen if some catastrophe comes and all pumping facilities would have to be switched off. There was in Ruhrgebiet a well-known church. It would end up about 40 meters under the water table. So this explains the scope of issues. So this is pumping water from mine areas, then recultivation and reclaiming of the post-mining areas, and cleaning. Now the plans, as the budget is 220 million euros to manage those continuous threats. So, and this is the money that is going to come from the Weißebereich. Now, some information maybe about our team, what we do for RAG. Less and less in the last years. But for example, we have been asked to prepare an expertise what the post-mining areas would look after flooding, so-called Wasser province. So they were divided into water province, and how it will impact the overground structure. We have, depending on the variant, on the option, we performed analysis, and we included about 200,000 of long walls, and this expertise, including some chemical analysis, of course, and it was required. It was required as well for the further analysis. And another question that they asked themselves about 5 years ago, it was what to do with the areas related with the continuous deformations. But we were also invited to consortium, to some German consortium, where we were asked to prepare an analysis for the entire Ruhrgebiet. What we managed to do then currently makes the basis for assessment of damages in that area. So this drawing is related with some continuous deformations, and to finish this subject, as we are limited with time, I would like to present some milestones that were connected with the transformation of a German transformation, or post-mining German transformation.
W ostatnich latach
the last years, Germany are running or are pressing more and more onto fund of R&D. I'm super happy being here today, that so many people have met today and so many important, clever things have been said, because I can see some light in the tunnel that in Poland there is a chance we can start talking with some research institutes and with some universities in terms of how to perform the transformation in Poland. In Germany, huge money was allocated for this objective. There is a huge pressure to make sure that this expertise research that they are performed by Germans. Still, some years ago, we were doing this on our own as Polish. A few years ago, we were doing this in consortium, and now sometimes we are not asked or invited into discussion, and Germans are focused on their own units, and it's very visible. I can't say much more about this. However, apart from this, that a lot of money is allocated for this kind of research, they have also introduced innovativeness. So they support anything that has anything to do with innovativeness. So transport, logistics. We are all the time talking the Ruhrgebiet area, of course. All the time we're talking about this area. They are supporting the power infrastructure related with photovoltaic panels, wind turbines, methane energy, biomass, geothermal solutions. The network of highways and roads make for them or an argument to locate the industry and modern technologies, to locate over there.
Ma bardzo dobrą infrastrukturę.
I think the same applies to Silesia, because it has a very good infrastructure of rail and vehicular roads. Another thing we can't forget is the structural policy. So get involved in this, what we could hear from Professor Prusek, to focus on the human being. Over there, a process was started long time ago, what to do with a former miner and their successors and their kids, how to direct them properly in order to make sure that they can still be present on the job market. And moving back, when in the 70s, when Germans spent some billion of back then marks for relocation of the post-miners or former miners, it turned out that the unemployment jumped from a few thousand to over 120,000. So then they saw it wasn't the way to go. It wasn't the right approach. And then the analysis of the structural policy is a long-term process. They started mainly from this, and that's what we can observe as well in the Polish Silesia. If it can be reinforced, they want to connect what they would like to introduce, that the inhabitant of the Ruhrgebiet, they want to make them proud of their area, of their heritage. They are supposed to be proud to be citizens of Essen, Bochum, and some other towns in this area. It was something that can't be introduced or performed within a few years. It's a long-term process. However, that's a process that should be introduced here as well, in order to avoid the escape of young people to other towns and cities, as it was in Germany in the 70s, 80s. Young people were escaping to more attractive centers.
Wartościowych.
We found as more valuable. If we can use that, and if the bodies in charge can come up with an idea how to connect people with their inherited land where they were born, it will be a big success. Now, that's an example of the Ewald Mine. It's a place of meetings, some leisure area. That's all from me. Thank you very much. I wouldn't like the discussion of the German transformation of post-mining areas. I tried to cover 70 years in about 15 minutes, but fun fact, this is Solverein. I'm sure some of you have been there in winter. This is a former coal. There is an ice rink. People are playing. It's also a museum with an infrastructure that in future can be used for people, for them to enjoy.
Bardzo dziękujemy panu profesorowi za pokazanie nam, jak nasi zachodni sąsiedzi
Seeing how our Western neighbors have dealt and still deal with the transition, with the approach to this difficult notion, this is the time and money-consuming process. I'm absolutely certain that our approach in several decades will be an example which will be able to show how we've dealt it in a positive manner. I saw a colleague wanted to add something. We'll definitely follow our own path. So hopefully the financing stays with us. A couple of things. Tomorrow afternoon we will have a session on management of spoil heaps, and we will have guests from overseas because this biodiversity or industrial ecosystem, this subject is a new direction together with Yetu, the directors here with us. So together with them, COMAC starts fulfilling. So today I wanted to invite you for the 5th, 7th of December in Lublin. Professor Dariusz doesn't even know because he'll have an hour over there. So all the geologists and land surveyors, so we could have a meeting in Lublin. Geologists, we have the director of PIG. When we spoke about them, in general, we will talk about the impact on the surface of water and resources for sure. That's one part. And then we'll have a session on biodiversity of industrial ecosystems. Professor Woźniak will meet people from environmental protection, and everything will be conducted under the auspices of coexistence of a mine in a green area with terms of local government, because we will have a meeting with the governors of Lublin here with us. So I can tell you right now, because you saw the presentation, which is extremely interesting. It was not enough time to just dig into everything, but it's good to at least be aware of the specifics. We'll follow a different route, at least due to the fact that we have slightly different funds. Thank you, Doctor. Now let's get back to Poland, to the problems of hazard of transitions. We go to the next debate, next panel, which we will have today. And I will ask Aleksandra Majda to host this panel again. Hello. I hope that the panel that's is ahead of us is going to complete the subject, because now we're going to focus on energy transition and energy problems. The data is merciless. Electricity and gas has gone up 40% year by year. The government says they'll freeze energy prices for the local governments. We'll see the details this week. So far, the local governments have to manage. We have the example of Wodzisław, when the local government, the authorities have sent a survey to the residents. Do they want to give up the lights? The lights, partial light of the streets, of the park, of the sports areas, or maybe they don't want to have warm water in the town hall. The citizens voted. winters ahead of us, so we'll think of heating the hospitals, schools, and there is a subject that we had on the previous panel. What about coal distribution? Look, the government says it's the responsibility of local governments. Most of the local governments say no, not at all. On the contrary, they have no tools and means to do that. We will talk about issues which are close to people's hearts. Now, I'd like to invite to the stage Katarzyna Dziuba, Deputy Mayor for Zabrze. Michał Bieda, Deputy Mayor for Bytom. Tomasz Michal, Main Specialist for Town Hall in Gliwice. And we also have representatives of business, who might tell the government which way they should follow in this energy transition. Do Mohameda, head of the hydrogen technologies. Biznes Strzałkowski, Business Development Manager for Huawei. Let's start with the mayor. We've met in Katowice. We spoke a month ago. I would like our debate to be divided into two parts. The first one is the current one. We'll have a question to all representatives of the governments. What situation are your cities when it comes to energy saving, availability of energy, and for heating? And the question, what about the coal distribution? Thank you for the question. On behalf of the Mayor, Małgorzata Mańka-Szulik, let me thank you for inviting us. I'm very happy to participate in panels. Answering your question, though, Zabrze is a place which has celebrated a centenary of citizenship rights and city rights. This is a circumstance which makes us reflect upon certain issues. We've been wondering, and we've observed that the last few years it's been just going from crisis to crisis. First we had a financial crisis, then we had a crisis involving the pandemic. Now we're facing the energy crisis. What surprised us before, quite significantly, no, we just got used to it. We say the only certain thing in your life is death and taxes, and we add onto it changes. We live at the time of changes. Many of those changes, until recently, were hardly imaginable, but our role is, first of all, sustainable development, but also supporting citizens. Therefore, for many, many years, we've been undertaking operations directed at energy changes in order to help the citizens. Responding to the question whether the Zabrze authorities are going to get involved in the coal distribution, of course, it's not our task. And so far, we've got no preparation for that so far. But I'm trying to meet the needs of the citizens, that we will have to organize it. How? Well, we're thinking that the perfect place for coal distribution would be the Makoszowy abandoned mine, which has got the infrastructure to run such operations. But if we're talking about who physically is supposed to do it, then we have heating energy enterprise in Zabrze, but we also have units which on a daily basis conduct supporting families. we are a bit petrified by the scale, because within those current subsidies, we've adopted 12,000 applications so far. So it is going to be quite a challenge. But as I have said, we're doing everything we can to help our citizens financially. Are you able to handle it, or are you counting on the government's help? We heard a gentleman talk about money, but it's not the first task that the local governments implement under the tasks given by the audit by the government. And I hope that we will deal with that one too. We will just have to. You said on the press that in your town there are solutions in regarding savings. You try to reduce the temperature in public space buildings, turning down the additional lights and reduction of Christmas lights, and installing light sensors. Is there anything else that your citizens can expect within the energy saving measures? And there's a question, like everybody, what about coal distribution? Best regards from Bytom Mayor Tadeusz Włosz. Thank you very much for inviting us on this panel. Local governments are the situation that they have to look for savings, not only with regards to the energy crisis, but also for other reasons. So those savings which exceed the scope of energy will be significant, and we have one member of the city council less, and also in other aspects we'll have to do savings as well. And employee remuneration needs to go up as well, because the inflation situation requires that. When it comes to the energy situation, a challenge to all of us as a society is reducing the requirement for electricity as well as heating energy. The citizens undertake those operations as well, but they must be way more intense. We are lucky enough that you are in the purchase group within the metropolis. So luckily last year we signed the agreement at the level of 550 złotych per megawatt, which is a luxury right now. Back then it was already controversial. Government wants to keep the level at 750. We're talking, it's for this and the next year. So here the situation is good, but we undertake some operations. With Tauron, we replace the entire street lighting, which partially belongs to the city and partially to Tauron. So we need 61% kilowatts less. We have already proven such saving, which generates savings in terms of finances. We insulate our infrastructure regularly. We replace lighting like sodium, the old sodium lamps, and we replace them with LED lamps in sports halls. When it comes to saving issues, we will definitely switch off the decoration, the additional lights for the buildings, for bridges. We're not planning to switch off the street lights because of safety reasons. We've reduced the temperature at the town hall. We're not planning to do it at schools, but the situation is really dynamic and we can't exclude anything. But that's the last resort, and hopefully it will not happen. When it comes to the issues of trading with coal by the local government, we've had a really vicious debate. As the president has said, this is for today. It's not the task that lies within the premises of local governments. We say 2 tons of coal per household. This is the threshold that the city is supposed to provide. With 8,000 declarations, it would be 48 million zloty. And those declarations keep coming in. So that may be way more. If it comes to our tools, for us, most of all, the problem is purchase of coal, because we can create a storage, but first of all, there's no coal. And secondly, you need to buy it in a tender. And tenders, a new reality, it's 2 months. So if the government does not change the regulations quick, then it's not going to happen before Christmas. The problem is that we're talking about it in November, not when the embargo was introduced. When it comes to additional problems, I'd like to say that our district heating institution is designed to trade it because it's got concessions, certificates, etc. It is free from excise tax. But if it starts trading with coal, the coal that it's got for its heating sources, so it'll be under the excise tax. So I can't imagine that those people who are connected to the grid would have to bear the additional tax, so other people could be able to purchase coal from us. So quite recently, we had a very efficient network of sellers. And the 48-hour purchase or buying coal in Otwock, which has been opened within 48 hours, as the government boasts, as the journalists have checked. There is only the journalists have checked, it's only for 46 households, and we need for thousands. And the price of coal at the level of 3,000 zloty. How are we supposed to purchase it and at what price and then transport it and then deliver it? Yeah, of course, we can, take it to the third floor maybe when necessary, but it's not really our job, right? Local governments definitely are not going to give it up. As we have shown at the crisis with the war, when it was necessary to help our guests from Ukraine, local governments did it. When it was the need to organize tasks within the pandemic, local governments did it. Let me emphasize that as per today, local governments, even if they wanted to, they have no legal rights to purchase such amounts of coal and then trade it. First of all, the change of the Act on Public Tender and Public Procurement and statutory regulations, and availability of the resource, of course. Now let's go to Gliwice. Tomasz Misztal. Similar situation as in Bytom. You are in the purchase group, and I understand the prices of energy have been secured. You have the light project in Gliwice, where we replaced the old lights with the LED light. What is the current situation with regards to energy in Gliwice and heat? Let me add that Gliwice is 100% an owner of the district heating, which is provided by Sośnica Coal. On behalf of Adam Neumann, Mayor of Gliwice, thank you for the invitation. We are lucky enough that you have several companies which help us and save us in such problems. The district heating company, which has got coal, which distributes it perfectly because it's it's delivered directly from the mine. It was 12,000 tons, which was delivered by lorries last year, so that was a plural. And well, 2,000, it would be a problem with 12,000. So if we have 2 tons per household, so that would be like, thousands and thousands. The logistics of distribution is something unknown by the government bodies. And then, making the local boroughs deep dive. Let me quote our spokesperson. We are in this lucky situation that the mine, Kawuka Sośnica, the mine is under PGG, is the most experienced body which has been delivering coal for dozens of years. It's difficult for the boroughs to take its role. With Silesian Association for Boroughs and Municipalities and the local social support system, there is a support for several dozens of people. So we've had some operations undertaken. When it comes to safety, I'm not going to rediscover America. There's going to be some restrictions to the lighting. I know the town hall will have a situation that illuminations such as Christmas decorations, it will be switched off about 60% of this additional light. And as we heard in Bytom, we can't switch off the streetlights for security and safety reasons. We've also analyzed it in various facilities. When it comes to lighting, it is health and safety issues. We can't just restrict limitations in lights, because that can just end up really in the wrong way. When it comes to the restriction of heating use, in our facility, the town hall has already reduced the thermostats within the entire facility up to the 3rd level. And I know with our president's resolution has been directed to every unit, and they were supposed to prepare 5 measures with regards to this energy source, which is gas, district heating, and electricity. Everybody was supposed to decide, all those authorities, what measures could be undertaken, and those ideas are being analyzed, so I think they'll be ready next week. So the department that is responsible for it is already busy working on it. And here we are in this good situation that, first of all, with regards to electricity, we are within this purchase group, we are secured as of the next year, the district heating, because it's our company. So I know when it comes to the amount of coal, we have provided it. But we must say that we've had a cancellation of the agreement by PGG, who just kept raising the prices, and they just put us in a situation which also affected our company, Gliwice. We have questions on why are such price increases in the same coal, which 2 months earlier was just being excavated, at a price twice cheaper than right now. So this is quite interesting. So the idea will be a period of huge challenges, as the previous the prelocutors mentioned, for our heating system, which tries to deal with the reductions of raising the efficiency and searching savings wherever possible. And there will be a lot of challenge posed before the local governments. As the president said, the only certain thing is that we live at the time of change, and we need to get used to it. However, the change which is happening right now, it bears a lot of uncertainty. And as we have heard on the first panel, we are at the threshold of yet another civilizational revolution, which we need to undertake in order to minimize this uncertainty. Apart from energy supplies, there are climate issues as well. And I'd like to give the floor to Toma Homeda, which has a thesis. And here, local governments can be under pressure that this entire transition and civilizational change must take at the grassroots. If you think that the government is going to help you, or the European Union, and according to Tomaho, you can start thinking like that, because Tomaho, please develop that bold thesis. Why is it the local governments and private companies need to take this another task, apart from the pandemic, the coal distribution, and refugees? This is way bigger because of the energy transition and what's supporting mechanism of the bottom-up actions. Thank you for the invitation. You stole my whole show, my thesis, and I've got nothing to say. Yeah, there's maybe something even, more petrifying. I'll say something more petrifying. No, I'm not even going to give any advice to the local governments on how they should deal in a situation of this heating season. I won't do it, because every government are in a different situation, and there is no good solution here, really. I do believe, I don't believe in many things, but I do believe in Polish local governments. if there is anything that operates in this country, that it's local governments. And everything starts there and ends there. And I do believe that local governments are able not only to survive the time ahead of us, but also to go through this period of drastic transition. What has happening in just ahead of this heating season, this winter coming, today as we sit here, over 100 rockets fell on Ukraine cities. The energy infrastructure was damaged there. Blackouts, restrictions, these are the things happening there on all over the country. So this situation that's here is directly related to the situation of war in Ukraine. The only thing we can do is just become one and in solidarity with the pain. It's important to remember that at that moment when we are considering various options. I do apologize for using all those issues involving solidarity, but it seems that therefore we need to observe the situation as an extraordinary situation which may not be measured with those traditional measures that we are in the EU, that there are systems such as structural, financial, co-financing subsidies and all sorts of measures, that there is some government which theoretically has got some tasks which they have on their shoulders. In that situation that we're now in, we need to act in solidarity in the face of a situation that was, nobody expected that. Nobody bears is to blame apart from one guy somewhere in Moscow. Not everybody is dealing with this situation equally well, but it depends on all of us, and we need to demand from each of us, or from ourselves, much more. And our attitude shouldn't be just sitting and waiting that somebody's going to do something for us, but that we could do something on our own. And this is very important that we do remember that, because otherwise, if we are in a situation as we are in now, Ukraine, whole Europe, if we have like this approach, then nothing worse can happen to us. Then it means that this is an auto-destructive formula. That's why I've been mentioning for quite a while now that there is no such money in the EU which could finance the whole process of decarbonization and energy transition at the level of local governments, production enterprises, and at higher levels of organization, lower ones, and prosumers at the prosumers level. There is no such money on a national, European level, not a global level. There is any money which will be given in a systemic way. There are no setups where you can sit and expect dotations. Where you can just, start doing something. So I'd like to warn you against this passive attitude where you sit and wait, because it is very likely that this money is not going to arrive, or not sufficiently in sufficient amounts, or it won't be addressed to everybody, but just to some. And everybody needs to decarbonize. And this is a common phenomena, and it refers to absolutely anyone. And we need to be aware of it, not only with Silesian, but Polish cities all over Europe, and also in the east of Europe. This is a common process. This is a common change. And we need to adopt different tools and ways of thinking than the ones we've used until today. It is very important that we become aware of it and we understand it, and we repeat it 10 times a day, that we don't just lose that notion. No, the only thing that we can reach for in such a situation when we need a change, and this change needs to be financed, the only thing we can reach for at this moment is the market, the setup where there is some money which is being turned over, there is some fluidity in the economy which sees the money which is being accumulated for many years now. It's looking for one thing: decarbonization projects. How come Poland, the best market for decarbonization, because we need to do most, right? We have 75% in the energy mix. We have coal. We have not many RES. We have hundreds of kilowatt hours to decarbonize. So why isn't this money going to Poland? Why is it going somewhere to Oman? Why are they going to Germany? Why is it going to Morocco, Brazil, Chile, etc., Canada, or Holland? Why doesn't it go to Poland? Maybe because they are better and they are nicer and they smile nicer, or maybe they've been given by the faith with the better conditions for renewable energy sources, or maybe they are better at proposing something which is going to be attractive for the money that someone wants to invest. And if we start thinking that maybe we should find some strong points where we can make those investment funds interested, private equity funds, VC, and all sorts of other types of organizations, financial organizations, then if we focus on that and we start learning their language, not them learning ours, but we need to learn their language and start talking to them in their language and tell them what we suggest, and we need to understand what they want when we can suggest to them, and then I can guarantee you that they will be interested in that. They'll be very interested, especially that the structure of Poland as an entity of energy transition is one of the most attractive structures. We have the biggest heating system, maybe second, just after Russia. We have incredible potential to build on those bases, on the basis of decarbonization of communal heating grids. We could have like decarbonization hubs, like green fuels, hydrogen, and RES energy storage. And it's great because local governments are an interesting investment entity because they're not going to go anywhere. They will always be a good off-taker of those services. The problem lies not externally, it lies within ourselves. We are the ones who need to approach it in a proper way, approach what's happening at the moment and assess the situation properly. What we can do with regards to the fact that there is this money out there in the world, that somebody takes it from us, and that's all I can say. Nothing more is going to happen there, no more expectation. We wouldn't really express any more expectation, because any other expectation that the government's going to do something, that the EU is going to something, it's just wishful thinking. And wishful thinking has got this tendency that it's a very significant trap where we can get stuck for years and do nothing. Thank you. You've asked some questions without answer, and maybe you'll try to answer. What strong points are there? What tools do we need to use? What language do we need to use when we speak to investors? Why aren't those investments happening? What can we say to the local authorities? Where to start if they can't wait for subsidies? Well, first of all, identify what the market is, what the local government organizations which organize, focus their organizations such as Metropolis, what can they offer to the market? What can the local government and the entrepreneur offer on this market? There is a whole range of configurations which can be interesting, creating of certified green zero-emission industrial zones, which base on the so-called zero-emission commodities in heat, in steam, in coal, zero-emission energy stored in post-mining areas where we have so much opportunity. We're starting with the use of shafts as the kinetic gravitational energy storage through to the use of water, which there is supposed to be a problem for hydrogen electrolysis, and there is a huge problem where to get that water from. I'm not going to even mention the areas where there's SLK and what you can do with that and how you can use it. It's millions of practical problems and that we're not going to talk about now, but the local integration of needs, identification of needs, identification of any potential of the synergies which can occur. This is something that can happen, plus financing. I do hope that companies such Huawei, which do want to participate in this transition, are not just able to bring over the equipment which is required for this transition, but they can also participate in the financing of this equipment. Am I wrong? We have already asked Mr. Strzałkowski. Thank you very much for asking the question. Let me just introduce Huawei. It's not something we associate with green transition, but rather different. So now the question, if you could tell us about your department, digital, what does it deal with? It's not telecommunications. And second question about the city and entrepreneurs, how can they have the cheaper energy? In what way? Cooperatives and clusters, what is the role of your company?
Thank you for the question. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here. And let me say, Huawei Digital Power, this is a newly creation within the huge organization that gathers nearly 200,000 employees, half of them in R&D. So you can imagine what is Huawei really. It's a huge, big hub focusing on the new technologies implementation, new solutions, and identifying of the needs, of course, of the clients and following them. So the digital power, we are involved in the creation of the generation of the green energy. We are the group that is created in order to create the green transformation in the world, worldwide. So what do we start with? Creation, generation of the green energy. That means we own within our products, of course, inverters, PV inverters that are the source of the photovoltaic energy. So we've manufactured 325 billions of the kilowatt hours of the green energy, and we reduced the emitted CO2 of 160 billion tons, trillions of tons. That means 220 gigawatt of the power capacity within some years, just a few years actually. So we also need to be aware that this energy must be somehow managed. So first of all, information about the places in order to direct it when it's needed. We need to manage the energy, of course, and the storage of it. That means we need to deliver it when it's really needed by the customers and store it when there is an overproduction. And of course, the final and the ending element is to use this energy, both the equipment that optimally use the green energy, Huawei is also involved in electromobility. And remember that Huawei also delivers the parts of the electric cars, not only 5G, not only telecommunications, but also green energy. Whereas the possibilities of the entrepreneurs that can, or maybe the local governments that can use in order to follow the green transformations, of course, first of all, produce the sources, the generating sources, because the green energy, as a matter of fact, is the cheapest energy right now. The sun is there, the wind blows, we have within the reach of our hand. So how to do it? Of course, We could build those sources just stand alone, but then it requires a huge capital, huge financing, because as Tomoho said before, we can wait for the donations, for the grants, but we can also use the private capital, the private share capital, because local governments usually they do not have their own capital, they don't have the financing, so they have to be in debt, they have to loan their money, which is not of course a beneficial and the best beneficial way, the effect. So we can have the private-public partnership with the entrepreneurs that have this capital on their own. So this is just a cooperation, could be the co-op, with the citizens, why not? The local citizens. Maybe it could be used also the private entrepreneur in the form of a cluster, the energy clusters that then in a local area could form the microgrid, which also forms the safety, the energy safety. This is 100 rockets into the Ukraine. If we have the dispersed energy, microgrids, if we have the dispersed, it's not that easy to destroy, it will be not that easy to break us. And then the next thing is the ESCO formula. The ESCO formula gives us 100% of the investment lies on a private entrepreneur. And of course, they offer the cheaper energy, less expensive for 10, 15 years contract. And then later on, after 10, 15 years, then the installations built by the entrepreneur by their own capital, then it becomes the ownership of the local government. So that would mean they will have the cheaper energy. They can use it. Of course, it could be renewed, it could be maintained or overhauled, because the technology is new, could be perfected. So that means with the repowering, the replacement with the new equipment, and then we could use the same installations later on. So frankly speaking, the possibilities are there, and the private capital. The private equity, of course, it guarantees the pace and then a lot of decisions. It's very easy to start and to launch this capital. I'm very interested in the local government because it looks really good. It looks simple, but is it really like that? Does the reality look like that? Is it that easy? And what would you say in the reality? So what do you think also about this idea, the change, the civilization change, that we don't have the huge centers just in the south of our country, but maybe we could have the dispersed energy network. And every city, every town, every village, they could produce their own electricity. This vision, is it realistic? I would need a microphone. So, in relation to what was said before, we've been working on savings for many years in Zabrze. So we've got more than 100 educational centers and a lot of public buildings, and within for last years we tried to limit the needs for the heat, so the thermal modernizations. Right now in the educational centers we implemented more of the saving problems with the private entities. We think how to limit the use of the heat energy and the electrical energy. We've got our first experiences right now, but of course this is done by the directors of those centers. And as a matter of fact, we've got the change of the ordered capacity, but also the decreasing of the temperature, but not being noticed to the users. So this action is there. We also think and discuss with the companies in the form of ESCO. They will assemble on the roofs of those objects the PV panels, and quite a lot of hope is put into the core the agreement that we signed today, because this cluster of energy will result in decreasing the price of energy. When we see the actions of Zabrze, city of Zabrze, we can say that right now there is more than 2,000 of micro installations. Then the private companies as well, they think about building the PV farms. This photovoltaic farm will be built by Bauer company Mosir Sports Center when it used to be a storage area, and we will have the first owned by the city PV farm. So there's a lot of interest, but we need to remember about some legal complications, because there's a need to think about the feasibility study, also the Urban and Zoning Act. So we started already to act, but then within being honest, as we know, there's a company, private company, that has a capacity of burning the biomass in RDF, and an owner is also the company with 100% of the company. So that means that I need to say that for today, using of the district heat, this is 30%, but 70% of the buildings is within the reach of the district heat network. So that means that this is a very good, promising fact for the future. I would like to underline and emphasize again with a huge hope. We are very hopeful about the agreement that we signed today. But the private funds and the private equity, I would say for sure there are some institutions that are willing to finance such investments, local governments, but we need to remember that, you know, this is also the electrical poverty, and unfortunately there's quite a lot of local citizens touched by the energy poverty. So the communal buildings, it seems to be easier because the owner is always that city, and the city will take the decisions about the thermal modernizations or the sources of financing of the plant investments. But in the case of the private buildings, then it's a huge way, because Zabrze already started and joined the program of, which is called the Warm Flat and Stop Smog. This is a program with Metropole. And Zabrze is the member of the Upper Silesian Metropole, so that means we are guaranteed the price of the price of electricity is guaranteed until the end of the next year, and then we started to buy gas as a co-op. But here we are. This is not the most beneficial solution for us, and the situation is not the best for us because only one offer has been supplied, and the price of the gas is 400% more than we have right now. So that's why we'll have a recommendation that we'll have to, unfortunately, cancel this tender, and we'll have to repeat it, because in the meantime, the price of gas has been decreased in the meantime. So we do think actively, and we are using all the possible ways and the means. We are open for cooperation in this ESCO formula. Unfortunately, we will have to look for some other money, some other financing for our inhabitants, for the people that are covered by the energy poverty. How about Bytom, Mr. President, Mr. Mayor? So you signed this agreement with Comac a month ago. I think that you have quite a lot of agreements with different institutions, scientific institutions or institutes. And what then? You've got the prices of the electricity for this year, for next year, but you have to think about 2024 or 2025. So the independence, also, you know, the electricity independence. What do you think about this future plans, and what can you say about this possibilities of cooperation with the private equity? For Bytom, as it was said by your mayor, the deficit. So this is 100 million zlotys. So there's also a concern about your own financing. So how to organize it? Do you have any idea about that? What to do? How to organize the sources of energy for your institutes? So then we started the energy cluster, electricity cluster as well, and we're going to use the PV panels. So we'll have for all the heaps, coal heaps, you know, or all the post-industrial areas, and this cluster is already there. We involved the economical zone, the special Katowice economical zone, but for the huge challenge for us is to store this energy, the electricity somehow, because in Poland the climate conditions means that we've got a lot of production in summer, and then to use it later on in night or different seasons maybe. So we discuss with the private companies that very often come to us and they look for the areas for the PV farms. Of course, we change our studies and our zoning studium. Tauron also wants to build a network or 20 hectares PV farm. So this happens. This is happening. We also met with Tomoho like 3 months ago, May, June, and so we discuss with the private equity. Of course, yes, we're trying to find the ESCO formula, means the thermodynamization, of course, and this is a very good direction as well. But I'm not that 100% sure that Tomoho, that this is all about the local government and private capital, because you know the energy poverty is there within our cities. So I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this is not only a drastic, it has to be also very fast, but it has to be available to everybody. All the forms of the umbrella projects when we finance the PV farms or the mini farms or the heat pumps or some other environment-friendly forms of heat, they are needed, and we need to remember, our government needs to remember that, but also the European Union. They have to think about it, because if we are not able to deliver, to supply our citizens with the average Joe with good tools and inexpensive tools, it will be not just transformation, but it will be impossible at all from the economical point of view as well. So we need to remember that the mining transformation for many people, not only due to the environmental reasons, but it's needed also from the economical point of view, and then also the availability, or maybe the lack of the availability of the resources. Can it be partial? But before Tomoho, I would like Mr. Tomasz Misztal from Gliwice. It's a very fortunate way that on Thursday, the City Council appointed this new strategy. And if you could please tell us, what programs do you decided on? What's the strategy for Gliwice? So this is an effect of a year of work with the participation of more than 2,500 of active participants. We had social groups there oriented on the technical solutions. Then we had also the environmental solutions. So in many groups, there were plenty of specialists involved. And we need to say that this strategy then faces and answers a lot of the voices there. So first of all, there's a project focused on a energy transformation in Gliwice. And the main actor is our company there. Well, more than one actually. Not only our municipal heat factory, but also those actions also use the additional synergy of the cooperation. We can imagine which will force further, of course, the renewables. So one could say that this is something. Maybe this is not the best solution, but looking at those distant plans, 2050, at the neutrality, I think that without looking for the synergies wherever they can, it won't be done. It can't be done with the local governments, and especially not here in Silesia. In all those different processes, we need to look for huge, big potentials in connection of different branches. So that, for example, our company, PETS, with PWK, with a water company, we're looking for the heat that goes normally to the river, which is the heat discharge, then we would like to reuse it. Then the biogas, which is used also in a wastewater treatment plant, how to supply this gas to the pumps and then direct this heat to the network, district heat network. So we think about some heat battery, heat accumulator, and when it's needed, we wouldn't like to start the new boiler, the coal boiler, but we like to use this recovery heat. So this is a kind of a cooperation needed between all those actors on this market. And the key actions right now, which is a very important thing for us, this is the Park of the Green Energy, which is a huge investment for more than 300 million zlotys. That focuses on the solution of the multi-fuel boiler that will cooperate with a huge PV farm. With a huge heat accumulator. So this will all work in the synergy. So those solutions are there. And I think this is going to be the first step in order to find and to reach the energy independence. So when you see the balance of the energy for the Gliwice, this will be only the first steps for Gliwice. So until 2050, there is not so much time, and all those actions that must be undertaken also within the district heat producers, generators, but not only within our economical zone, but also from the outside. That would mean that the renewables will grow. Like in Bytom, Zabrze, the same with us. The cluster will be started and launched, and our companies, the city companies, will be very important. They will play a very important role, and I think this is a very good direction. And we'll look for the possibilities to find the recovery, the waste heat, the recovery heat. Maybe we will have a storage of the electrical energy. Why not? Because if we want to use the renewables, the ones who want to use it are just more than the producers, manufacturers of the equipment. So we need to look for the gains. Our company, when screening the possibilities where to find the fuel for the biogas boilers, we asked our entrepreneurs, the business, also the distributors, if there are some waste, food waste or anything. So, we need to look for every single option there. Some of them are not that obvious, least obvious. Everyone could say, I remember that in Copenhagen that they will have neutrality, but they so there was neutrality, but they imported wood from Ukraine by ships. So I don't think this was a real neutrality. So as a matter of fact, what was said by Director Sobolewski before, I'm afraid a little that, you know, the numbers projected, it's easy to say, but they're very difficult to reach and very costly. So most probably, you know, the numbers, that will be the effect, there will be an effect of our possibilities of the local inhabitants. And, you know, we have a lot of constraints there, and this is going to be expensive. So as a matter of fact, we analyzed three scenarios of the renewables development. And it seems to us the best scenario so, you know, an important factor was costs. So we are close to Tomahawk. You know, there's a question to you. What was it? Yes, transformation is expensive, but the question is, are we able? Can we afford it? Can we afford to do it only partially? And how much time do we have? Because we're talking about 2050. But this seems to be tomorrow. What do you think about what if we do not decarbonize? No, we don't have time until 2050. On the 14th of September, the Parliament voted for the amendments. And it was said that until 2030, 50% of the European industry that uses hydrogen needs to use the renewable hydrogen. 500,000. The group uses 500. You have to use 250,000 of the green hydrogen. So that means 12 gigawatts of the renewables to be started, which is impossible actually. But well, which is not impossible at all, but it's impossible for Azoty Group. So one can say that I'm really happy that you were kind to mention that. Talking about Gliwice, you emphasized the role of the efficiency. I remember when I was half a year ago in Zonderborg in Denmark, and when I saw that for the first time in my life, that, you know, there are just the groceries are connected to the district heat network, and their cooling equipment was producer of the heat. So they added their own heat to the main pool. Of course, in return, they had something back. So it's a kind of this small group, and everybody participates in that. Then the decarbonization is possible. So, of course, the equipment is very important, but decarbonization means it's very inexpensive because the operational costs are close to zero. And we need to remember about that when we talk about the PV installations, heat pumps, storages, and so on, electrolyzers and so on, they could be very expensive when they use the system. So that means the electricity from the network, but they can be really inexpensive, and they're in a closed circuit. So they're not connected to the network. And it must be dominant one. It must play the dominant role, because our economy uses 1,000 terawatt hours in the final of electricity, and our system is only 170, so 173 terawatt hour. So that only 80% will have to, in the 2015, will have to be sourced in a dispersed system, because we cannot build such a network. We cannot build such a grid for 1,000 terawatt hour. So it has to be out of the network. Maybe not everything, but 80%. And we need to think in such a way. If we think about it like that, then the financing model is not about bearing the cost, the variable cost, operational costs, buying of the electricity, buying the gas for changeable prices, coal, because this is very vulnerable to the not stable global situation. We'd have to spend once huge money and then pay for it in installments in a predictable way, and that's it. So that's the real cost. Remember about that, because there is we will have renewable in Excel. It looks a lot of money, but then we need to remember what are the operational costs, the variable costs. So this is a less expensive formula, but we need to change the way of our thinking and the structure of the thinking. So we need to find out the position, what to do, how to do it, and to buy the investments, and then to think about how to amortize, how to depreciate it, to have the least possible amortization costs. This is possible. I would like to assure you that it is possible also with the municipalities, because it's easier, because you've got the district heat, you've got companies, you've got the systems, but also, we're talking about the energy poverty. What does it mean? This is somebody who lives out of the system because it's not profitable to connect it, and this person probably does not have money to become a prosumer. So maybe we need to generate a kind of a system. Well, I've been working with such systems when it means that the village is not enough, so that means the whole district. Then maybe the whole district, the county, could create a group, a community. Then it suddenly becomes to be beneficial. So that means it becomes to be profitable for the private investors, and the private investors want to invest in it. So this is possible, believe me, but we need to think about it, work on it, find the best solutions, and understand the model, understand the core of this new reality. And we cannot measure it with the old tools. It's not a reflection of what was 50, 30 years ago, because this is completely apples and oranges. And we need to think about it. And the last question to you, we discussed about what was discussed right now. Tomato. Wing it. But what are the possibilities that were missed because there was no green energy? Like the missed chances in the taxonomy, reporting, financial reporting. Do the investors can make the long-lasting business decisions once they are not sure that they could use the certificates of the green energy with the production, of course? Thank you for the question. So today, a part of the business activity, a very important thing is the social activity and the environmental activity as well. So as a matter of fact, entrepreneur today, even if the EU directive comes into force in 2024, but we are preparing on that. And the big companies also in the Sustainable Development Report, they need to report the CO2, the carbon, pro-social, pro-environmental activities, even if the legislation is not needed today, only in 2024, but they started really now. There's no time at all. Even today we need to follow those tendencies, because otherwise the business, even the big business today, they secure the access to the green energy. And a lot of investments of Poland that were not discussed, they are not public, they will not take place in Poland because we do not have access to green energy. Today, the business, in the long run, they think about the access to the green electricity, the profitability of they need to change, and they want to do it one by one. They want to change. It's not like today we've got brown energy, tomorrow green energy. No. step by step, day by day, they want to prepare. They want to train their staffs. They want to use the right proper tools when filling in the Sustainable Development Report. They would like to prepare it in the right way and then be ready to send it in a proper way, efficient way. Today, without the green energy access, we can forget about the new investments that will be created in Poland. I know one of the six. This was a Chinese batteries manufacturer, and was a idea to start the factory in Poland. And they chose a different country because no green energy was accessible. So if you want to use both the inexpensive energy, if you want to bring those new investors, create new jobs, please imagine that the new technologies that will appear on the market and the green transformation will generate 300,000 jobs within 20 years. There are well-paid jobs, which is very important in the light of Silesia, because miners, for example, they earn quite a lot, and they would expect the same money in the future as well. So the energy transformation is a huge chance, and we need to use it. We need to be aware of the fact that we need to do everything, that those specialists that we would like to train one day, they need to follow this tendency as well. And we need to have the ready structures, ready staff, resources once it's really the green transformation is there, is a fact, and we will need a lot of specialists, well-trained specialists, chemists, biochemists, physicians, engineers, designers, managers, PV farm managers, a lot of managers as well, and also the financial guys, so that who will be able to manage all these objects. I think this was a key thing in the social way. We will have a lot of changing jobs, well-paid jobs. The very last word. Just I would like to say, and Comrade Tomoho said before, as we are the serious people and influential people, one, remember that in the system there is money. The money from ETS should be spent on that. Modification of the network, I regret that it is not happening. It should happen even today. Yes, press on it, count on it, do something. Thank you very much. Right now, I understand this will be it for today, and we'll have dinner. I would like Dr. Polnik, Dr. Poznański, Professor as well. We are ready for that. Professor, if you could join us, please. A photograph. So, what I would say, Tomoho, it was respect. That was very good for Ukraine. You're a businessman, but then you're also the energy, the social energy. I would like to say thank you. Zabrze, Bytom, and Gliwice, there are the cities that we cooperate a lot. So I'm also of the opinion that this local government reform and disperse energy, this is the future. Thank you very much. But at what time? We have one presentation to be made. Yes, that's it. This is gonna be during. So I mean, thank you very much. This will be it. Take your time. You will be rewarded for your patience. So 7:45 dinner, and then we'll have the strategy. So one more thing, we would like you to come to the wall and, you know, we would like to have some discussions with the panelists on the camera. So, yeah, 7:45, there's dinner.
Ja jestem, nie?
Ty jesteś, ale ty masz jakieś tam dwa spotkania, ale jest to do
Zaraz zobaczę.
Ja wierzę sobie, bo...
Ja tylko panem przekonam, żeby nie uciekali.